Boiler room, how we feeling?
Hi.
Hello.
So the first questions I'm going to ask are just like, what's your name? What's the title of your piece? And like, what was your role?
Well, my name is Nakoka Ko, and I am an artist. That was my role. And I basically created the whole project from start to finish. It was my first New Art City project. And basically, I was having an exhibition here in Geneva, and I wanted to have an online space where I could also share it with the community. And and then the two started influencing each other. So I kind of developed them at the same time, and then aesthetically it changed depending on, whatever I was working on. And then, well, yeah, I mean, the whole project, did I say the name of the project? It's The Landscapes with the Fall of Icarus. So that whole project came about with just like anxiety about, you know, acceleration and how progress is just happening so fast, and we're arriving at this kind of cliff of singularity and we don't really see the horizon, so we end up in this space of vertigo. I guess I can talk about that more when we're in the exhibition. And yeah, and then there was COVID, so there's a lot of like social distancing and being in nature, and just developing kind of a dialogue also between metaverse, reality, nature, behind the screen, these kinds of things.
And when did you make the piece?
That one, I believe, is from June, around June. Well, it was for I don't know if it was for the festival, but it was in 2021.
Um, and tell me more about your process for making it. You spoke a little bit to it, but I'd love to hear a little more.
Um, well, let's see. So it started with photography, and the photography was done with these glitched panoramic photos. So I would actually like I would take them, and the composition would be in a real time. So it would be the movement of my hand, the body, that would actually glitch the photo. So I didn't change the composition afterwards. Later, I changed some colors and things like that. So this was me projecting my anxiety onto the nature that I was seeing, or onto the city. And then especially during social distancing, then there was like not a lot of people. And so yeah, so it's like that feeling also of like isolation, and And so then once that was done, then I animated them and I used these kind of like fast app things. I was like really into also using my phone as my art tool. So I was doing everything on my phone. So I was taking the pictures on my phone, I was editing them on my phone, I was animating them on my phone. And that was really my process. And then of course, then when I uploaded them, and actually in this exhibit, I mean, there's not really 3D, there's like one 3D piece. So the rest of it is just really just the photo, like playing with the photography and cubes and making a globe out of like pictures and that kind of thing. So,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, that
And then
kind
there
of
was a
leads
real
into my next.
exhibition, which had a lot of other stuff going on. And so like the floor of, well, I'd like to explain it in the space. I think it makes more sense.
Sure, sure. I'm curious also, like, what was your practice like before the pandemic? And this came out kind of towards the height of it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a common story on New Art City because that's kind of when we were founded. So it's always an
Right.
interesting story.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was working in digital art for a really long time, probably forever. Like I don't even want to tell you, it dates me. So, and I was also working in advertising in like the digital side of advertising for a long time. And so that really influenced my work. And so I've always worked with Photoshop and then, you know, later experimenting with some other like laser cutting and these kinds of things. So vectors, obviously, like that. So I like I said, I really like bringing the digital into the physical. So I mean, I was doing that quite a while ago. And I was working also with concrete. So I was trying to also, you know, explore different materials and not just be only online.
I love that. I love everybody's answer to this question. And had you shown in like a 3D virtual space before New Art City?
No, not a 3D space.
Have you used any other like virtual tools since then?
No, like other spaces, no. I mean, tools, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm constantly trying new things and obviously I'm working with AI and I'm working with AR and yeah, like doing all kinds of different stuff, but not like actual virtual exhibition. I think
Yeah.
I think I had maybe a couple pieces. Actually, that's not true. I had a couple pieces. I had a piece in some other in spatial. I think I had a piece
Yeah.
there, but that wasn't me that organized. It was somebody else. So
Yeah. Some folks kind of like move on to things like Unity and Unreal, but doesn't
oh
seem
yeah,
like
like
that
to
was
become
your.
you mean like 3D. Yeah, no, it's not my
Yeah.
thing really. Like really, I think of myself as just like an artist, and then like often I collaborate with other people and try to get these things made, but I'm not always for myself. There's like few things that I can relate to myself.
Totally. And when was the last time you returned to this space?
Today.
Wow. But how long had it been since then?
It was probably, I think I saw Jason Isolini's show.
But like
That
your own
was the
space.
last time. Oh, my own space. For time to time. There was, for example, I had an exhibit here in Geneva recently, and they asked me to speak about digital art and I don't know, impact of NFTs. Was someone else was speaking about that in the space. And so I actually like just brought my laptop. I showed them the space. Tried to explain to because they were like, "What is metaverse?" These things. So I like explained to them by showing them how you can actually move around through a space, that kind of thing.
Cool. And how do you approach like archiving in your work? Like clearly you've been making work for some time. Like, do you return to things you've made in the past? Do you recycle them?
Well, it depends. Like online, yes, some things get reused. For example, items in this show have been reused. Right now, there's a video exhibition in Rio, and we're showing some of those video animations from this exhibit, and they're projected on a building for about 2 months. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, different things. So like, yeah, I did like another thing where I like repurposed it as a poem with Shao Gallery. But I mean, I like to move on. Like I'm always moving on. And if some opportunity comes, then I love to, I like to give it new life, but mostly I'm always changing everything. I have like a lot of curiosity and a lot of things to do. So
Totally. I'm curious, do you like return to files just like in a personal sense? Like do you like have a practice of looking back, or are you really sort of focused on the future?
well, of course, eventually you look back. I mean, today, for example, I got completely lost in both the spaces because I was just, yeah, I was like, and I'm gonna just see what happens if I change the color a little bit, and, like, and I was also just roaming around inside, and I was definitely getting lost in it. And I was like, and I was feeling guilty, like I should be doing other stuff. I got to do other work, I'm like, I don't have time for this, and I'm like, yeah, but this is my space that I built that I love, and I feel good in it, and it's like something you know, it's like me and I'm in my space. So why not spend some time here? Yeah. So, but it's obviously, it works like that, like probably after a long time, and then you go back, and same with everything, like you revisit physical pieces too that you haven't looked at in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It's part of, we're trying to trick people into doing exactly that. I think that it's like it turns out this kind of
We're
digital
doing a
nostalgia is really
retrospective.
nice, and it's really nice to share together.
Yeah, it was interesting that you decided to do it as a like a video review, because I think you guys have come so far too. I mean, you guys have done so much, and I've been watching too as it developed from like different from the beginning. Well, I think I joined in a little bit after the beginning, but it's really cool. And it was so funny. I was joking. I remember one time I was like, "Oh, yeah, it's been 6 months. This is like really old school. Like, there's a lot of new things going on." Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
but
it really, and it's like the tool itself, frankly, has not changed all that much, but I think people have been continually so creative with it that like it's really not the tool evolving. In many ways, it's the style evolving.
yeah. But no, but there's also certain capabilities. Like when I came in, there was no flying, you know. So
I've had some, or like we used to have jump flying back in the day, and one of the secret tricks is that if you go into the inspector in your browser and just type like room.canfly equals true, you'll be able to do the jump flying no matter whether or not flying is enabled. It's a little Easter
yeah,
egg for
I didn't get
anybody
that
who's like
hint.
really
Yeah.
combing through these tours. So that's my last like interview question. So I'm gonna switch to sharing my screen, and then we can go into the space if that's okay.
Of course.
Hmm.
Working between the digital arts and materiality, Nakoka co-questions how we operate as a link between technology and nature. Digital art in the form of photography, sculpture, and video installation explore how we find our footing at the cliff of acceleration. What worlds do we build when the future is in the past and we navigate through lost horizons? Through this distortion in a time of social distancing, she relates her personal reality from external landscapes into the landscape of the internet and the anxious landscape of her own mind. As a kind of footnote in the tradition of Bruegel the Elder's painting, Landscape of the Fall of Icarus, the hero that romanticizes progress, drowns unnoticed in the waves of deep time. The two exhibitions, the physical at Andata Ritorno and the virtual at newart.city, inform each other. One, a white cube that is also nested into this virtual counterpart, a sphere. Exploring through the gallery, passing into the artworks, you arrive at inceptive intersections, GIF video, poetry, and text, crossing the timelines and manifestations of this project. And the sound is by Jan Longchamp and myself.
Oh yeah. So okay, now I can move around. We're inside of a sphere with, and it's really cool to hear you describe the panorama and then kind of see it in real life. It's this like horizon that looks like it's kind of been slit scanned, like these different slits of it are like a little misaligned, and it's kind of cloudy and a little psychedelic. There's like really deep blue sky with these like grasses in the foreground, and you are facing uh, two feet that are textured in grass sticking up. There are a bunch of different artworks as cubes all around you floating, and then there is a white cube that says Andata Ritorno that you can enter. I want to start in there.
You want to start in there?
We can, no,
I
tell me
prefer
what's on your
start on
mind
the
now, and we'll go
outside.
in.
What's that? What did you say?
Oh, is there anything you want to speak to while we're right here?
I just wanted to orient ourselves
Please,
because now
please.
we're like in the round cube instead of um instead of a white a round sphere instead of a white cube, because we're, this was like I was showing my work in a gallery, but I really wanted to have this kind of alternate space and see what can be done in the different physics that you can do online. It's not just you'll have to have walls, for example. So the works are floating around in space. And it's really an exploration too of how to use the space and how to show works without a gallery setting. And so now you're inside, and that's like an inceptive space. So that's where these pictures kind of can take on a whole new, because you can actually walk into the picture as opposed to just seeing it as a flat surface. And you can be surrounded, and it really creates that feeling of vertigo.
Yeah. So the composition of
If
this
you
one
look
is
up
like a.
too,
Hmm?
it's also, if you look up as well, or if you go into one of the other ones, sometimes it's also like more geometric even.
Yeah, this one there's like a building on the left that's like stone and glass with these like glass outset windows, and then there's like a big green hillside on the other side of it that's like melting upward, and the building is melting upward, and there's some like blued out like mountainscape on the right with like orange and white clouds, orange sky and white clouds. Let's go up into another one. Oh, hi, we're outside now, back in the big sphere.
Maybe go in like the yellow one,
Oh yeah.
or there's another one that's really nice, is the to really go inside is the Chamarel one. If you go the and so you can see also when you click on these, you can also see the names, the titles are related to COVID. So this one is work from home.
Yeah,
And
so there that those broken roofs look like Paris, but it seems like it's right next to the ocean. So,
it's in Geneva. This is where I live.
oh wow.
So yeah, and that's the lake in the background.
And so the like sort of divide, it's kind of divided diagonally, and you have the like apartment blocks with like a bare tree from a park facing out into the ocean, and then there's like an orange melting sky. It's really topsy-turvy. It does remind me of Inception. This one doesn't have a clip. Oh, the new normal. This look almost it's like a dam from the top down. Is this like a Google Street
Yeah.
View?
Nope, this is a real photo that I took with the panoramic feature of the iPhone.
Wow, it looks like it's from straight up, and there's a lot of like nice negative space in here. Lots of like deep blacks, and you can see the kind of runoff from the power generation in like greens and blues, and the trees are also kind of melting into the river.
Yeah, that's the one I like to go into.
Ah,
I enjoy that one.
yeah, this like really orange and brown river. That seems like a lot of like iron in the water or the soil, and it's like washing all of these branches down, and then there are these like rivers of trees on either side with this little like swath of sky. Less frequented places. Oh, and then it's interesting to see it as a sphere and then see it as a rectangle. Like the composition really does kind of shift, or to see it as a cube and see it as
Mhm.
a
Yeah,
rectangle.
yeah.
Ooh, this is great too.
Yeah, I like this one too. The
It's
inside.
like a hilltop with like huge mountains up above. Is that snow or is it just kind of like light?
No, it was because it was in summer, but it's rock that doesn't get a lot of trees.
I see.
Yeah, and this image was actually shown in the Musée d'Art Contemporain in Lyon, so in France. They were like during a talk, he was showing this one to talk about like the Alps melting, which I think
Mm,
is pretty appropriate image for that because the glaciers melting.
yeah. Yeah, I mean it's very poignant. You can see how it's like carved out. And then the video, it is literally melting. Okay, where
So
to next?
yeah, and so those are like Icarus's feet, basically. So if you see the painting of Bruegel, there's one where you can see Icarus. There's another one where his feet are just sticking out of the ocean on the side, and you can barely notice it. And then you have all the all the boats and are coming in, and the work being done. So you have this idea that like progress just goes on somehow, even though Icarus, who's supposed to be like this representative of progress, is just basically drowning. So it's kind of like the ills of progress, but also that it happens anyways.
Can I go down into the floor?
And if you want to.
Just the feet. Oh, this cursive is great with the little sort of like white cloudy background, like whatever it was you were looking for.
For the extra curious people that need to go under the ground and see what's happening.
Me. Can I go in here?
Yes, yeah, we can go in now.
Now we're going into Andata Ritorno. White cube.
Yeah.
And
So
now,
this was the way that I showed my video exhibition. So this is a video that I created, and it's based on the poem that I wrote. Like there's a longer poem, but this is based on it. And this is how I showed it in the exhibition. So rather than just having a video, I actually had the whole New Art City world inside the screen, and then you could go in here and watch the video if you wanted.
that's so meta.
And if you look around in the gallery, I put in also some photos from the exhibition.
Oh, that's great.
You can see, because I always wanted to do this full circle, bring the gallery back into the space, because I had brought the space into the gallery. So this is actually what I did today. I added on a little bit because I felt it was necessary to finish like the actual experience. So that's how the feet were represented in the exhibit.
Ah, yeah, the laser cut images are really cool. So these seem like stills from the videos that we were just inside, cut out into these like really beautiful abstract shapes. Like the clouds are kind of cloudy, and then the one like hill and skyscape, it has a lot of like bulbous, rounded like edges and curves. Really cool. And the scale is they're really large. That must be about 6 feet tall.
Yeah, each one is not so big, but then they're placed really high on the walls.
Yeah, the
A
install.
little bit distorted, I think, but yeah, they're pretty big. You can see how she's looking up.
Yeah, I mean, the human scale is pretty smart. Ah, we have a PDF, missing data. Is that the poem?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. I love how you kind of paint the same stuff like echoing across media.
It's just I had a lot to say with this moment. And so there were all different kinds of ways I had to express myself. Like, so I had the video and the show and these things.
So is the video called Missing Data?
This video is, yeah.
Yeah, I love the aesthetic. It's really like early web. Like you have some really funny GIFs going on, and there are these like embossed looking frames. Like it looks very video game like, but also looks like illuminated manuscript. Now we have this like rainbow like shader pattern. I guess it's not really rainbow, it's more like oranges and greens with like a purple gradient background. Got some like a dancing GIF of a guy in a green mocap suit. these like, what is that undulating shape? Person sitting on a bench or
He
when
is serious. He's fidgeting. They're all fidgeting. They're like,
oh, he's got fidget spinners. Oh my God, this is really fun. Is there cow dung, a lemon yellow butterfly? Uh,
like my experience on the mountain, like what I'm experiencing and how we when we look at these images or any images really, we don't know like the whole story going on behind it or all the different senses. So I was exploring like how I was feeling at the time, but from other senses, yes, and other observations that don't make it into the final image.
mm-hmm. A lot of exhaust. Wow, all of these gifts are amazing. The rotating like fried chicken and these like wireframe cubes, chicken nuggets, veal sausage text on the screen. Little ski lift, dancing cow on a cube that's like undulating this reflective water with like a pink light on it going into a low poly cave. Are the and underscore interrupting the silence? Scary bacteria gif. Cool mirror window with like blown out CRT flowers. It's like undulating liquid shapes. Are the cows chiming oblivious to their music of the eating? How would you? This is real. I love this poem. It almost sounds AI generated.
It was all natural intelligence.
Sitting on lichen. Mood. Did you make all of these gifts, or is it sort of like a?
Yeah, no, those are things that you can like, they're available on Videobeat.
Ooh, it looks kind of like an eye. It's this like rotating sphere where like some of the it's almost like a cut orange, all these like bands surrounding it. And then there are like little spheres on either side and it's rotating really fast. And there was a triangle inside, now it's gone. Oh, this is kind of where we started. We have the gif.exe like Windows XP windows and this like big undulating
I showed this work in there was the Geneva International Film Festival and they had like the Swiss interactive sessions and she was asking me like, why does it look so retro? And I was like, well, it's kind of like going back to the, early start of the internet and how like, these and like how Web3 is like much also like a beginning and how, we feel like everything is just already ready to go, but it's really the beginning, just like the same way like, it's retro. in the retro text. But if you go back 1 second just to the cube, if you just turn around, like you can just, there's one nice shot on the left there. If you look at the left, there,
Oh.
yeah. There you can also see the exhibit, I think, which is interesting because you have those two pictures on the right. Those are videos that I made from the actual, those animations that we saw just now outside the cube. So those were made into these other animations just on video. And then there on the left, you can see the link, the portal to New Art City. On the left,
widescreen monitor. Those screens are very cool.
yeah, it's just
yeah,
one
so it's
screen.
like a
The other
white.
one is wallpaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you mean the
The
little
super
one.
wide one. There's a wide screen on the left. It's a white cube as described with like a door in the background, and there's a probably like an 8 foot tall print of one of the panoramas. And then there are two vertical screens on the right that are smaller, and then there's one huge horizontal screen on the left. That must be like 80 inches or like 60 inches.
Yeah, it was pretty big. And it had, so that was nice because then that way I navigated through the space and I could show people the works the way we saw them now and kind of introduce them to that. And then I made a carpet to match the floor. So the floor in New Art City happened first, and then this carpet happened afterwards. So
Oh, that's really cool. I love that information.
that's it.
Want to go look at the floor again.
Yeah, so that was the wallpaper, what you saw before. Just
Lots of like pastels with some like darker greens and purples, and it looks kind of like a cloud pattern from above. It's just kind of melting across to the left.
yeah, Icarus is falling down from the sun.
Well, amazing. If there's not anything else you want to speak to, I can stop the recording.
Yep, that's everything. Thank you.
I'm Nathan Harper. My pronouns are he, him, and I am calling from Denton, Texas, where I live and work as an educator and artist.
Oh, cool. I know some folks from Denton.
Oh, no way. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Small world.
Yeah.
And my name is Babak. My pronouns are he, him. I am in Athens, Greece.
Oh, my girlfriend's there right now.
It's
Oh,
cool.
wow. That's cool.
Very, very
Maybe
small
we grab
world.
a cup of coffee.
Yeah, they have a closing in a couple of days. I can send it to you if you want to check it out.
Yeah, sure. I'd be interested.
Um, anyway, my next question is, what is the title of your piece and when did you make it?
The first piece is called The Lost Woods. We worked on it last year and we launched it on the 6th of May of 2021. And the other piece is Mind Flame Flavored Flames, which we worked in from September to November. And it was launched, I think, on 20th of January of 2023.
Very specific. Most people are like, I can't quite remember. I think it was like 2021.
I'm impressed you remember the exact dates because
Yeah.
I'm glad you did. I did not.
No, I have very good memories. Like cares also an advantage.
And so, yeah, just tell me a little bit more about y'all's workflow to create the pieces.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And, I think Nathan can start to talk about the Lost Woods, which was like our first interaction.
Sure. So, we actually met through Instagram, and we sort of created this friendship, and we wanted to work together. And we felt like the internet and this new kind of virtual space made it easier for people to collaborate, even though they've never like met each other and seen each other. So we started Zoom calls and like chats about overlaps in our work and overlaps in our interests. And we wanted to create a virtual exhibition together, and we were really interested in what the virtual space, where it was from, what it meant, because we didn't want to just build like a virtual white cube space that seemed kind of not as interesting. So we started thinking about virtual spaces that already existed and could be reappropriated. And we actually the first one that we came up with was actually from The Legend of Zelda. It was the Spider House, which is like a constant in throughout the games, and we wanted to do that one. But as that was kind of just our first initial idea. So actually, like, all of my notes about the show at the top say Spider House working title, but we ended up shifting to the Lost Woods, which is a space also in The Legend of Zelda that we were interested in its lore, but also in how it functions in the game itself. That it is, it's like the tutorial stage where you're learning how to interact with the world. The way that things are spaced out is so conveniently teaching you how to be in this virtual world. But then also in the lore of the game, it's a space between worlds that has no solidity, that you could go through one door and you disappear in another place, and it doesn't make spatial logical sense. But that was kind of how we were feeling about the internet at the time. That was kind of this like in between space that didn't have a solidified culture or identity. So it became the space where we met. We basically ripped it from the game put it in our space and started populating it with our artwork. And we both chose to share different aspects of our work that we felt spoke to each other in a unique way.
That's really, really great. I mean, I love sort of using the vocabulary of games to talk about the internet. And so the first one, at least, is pretty like deep pandemic, I feel like. I'm curious, like, what were y'all practices like before the pandemic, and sort of how did it affect them?
I will start with that because it's one of the reasons my work and Nathan, what's the word? Conjugates together. It's like before the pandemic, I didn't have like an identity as an artist, and since my origins are from Iran, but I grew up in Greece, I was like going and meeting artists, curators, and all this, etc. And the first thing I would tell them was like, "Hey, I'm from Iran." They were like, "Oh yeah, so your art must be so Iranian." I was like, "In what sense do you mean? Like traditional sense? Like all Iranian artists are very traditional." I'm like, "No." So then the pandemic came, and I was very interested in trying to find what kind of identity I had, because I didn't have any connection to like either like traditional Greek culture, like in the sense of art, like either music or sculpture or painting, but neither on the Iranian side as well. So I saw that through like retracing my roots and retracing how I grew up, I saw that I grew up within cyberspace and video gaming and this kind of stuff. So besides that, one of the other aspects was like I'm self-taught. I didn't study arts, but I was studying. I have a master's degree in mining engineering, and which I haven't done any practice on it because I'm against the practice of mining due to ecological factors, many other factors. But why did I say that? Sorry.
Well, you were kind of talking about your self-identifying as an artist being kind of a recent thing, yes?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I found connections of my degree, like not directly but indirectly, with cyberspace and video games, and which I find like video games as cultural artistic products that have a extension of participatory version of them, because like it's not something you witness like a movie, it's more something you participate in and you play the game. So it's like some sort of performative vibe to it. And I started studying stuff regarding ecology and cyberspace and electronics, and seeing what ecological footprints electronics and video game industry and computer industry and cyberspace, all this kind of stuff has on the planet. So I found a lot of this kind of stuff. And seeing all these kind of things in my head, I was like, okay, my head's going to explode. Like, I don't like this word. I hate this word. I want to be a child again. So that's how I got back to games I was playing when I was growing up. And all the narratives and the discourse I use from the games are like a child seeing the world from now. Like, because I personally have a refusal to grow up and become an adult. And yeah, basically that was with the pandemic, I figured out that part of the world of like how brutal the world is. And I don't know how in the USA it was like, I remember like the police brutality was all something very strict here. And in USA as well, I remember with the murders from non-white people and non-binary people and this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's how my art practice switched from before to after due to the pandemic. I hope it made sense.
It did. That's it's like, thank you for explaining.
Yeah. So when the pandemic hit, I was actually a year into my MFA program as a painter, and immediately I did not have access to my studio anymore or materials, and I also felt kind of guilty about painting because it was sort of like I don't want someone to have to leave their home and be endangered just to see this thing that I made. So I just completely immediately stopped painting and was very much in the digital world, was on the internet more, and realized, that my cohort and my peers could be more than just other painting students at my specific institution. And I met people like Babak and realized that we had this like shared cultural moment in this digital space. And um, I actually shifted, like reapplied and shifted from painting to new media, and completed just this past year, completed my MFA in new media, and have been in very much so like a digital mindset since.
Are you at UNT?
Yeah, I just graduated from UNT.
Okay, so yeah, like Mel Clemens did a show on New Art City, and Kristen Lucas, both huge badasses. I love them.
Yeah, they're really cool.
Um,
I actually wanted to say that before the pandemic, I also was painting and playing.
What's funny is when I ask this question, many people say like, a bunch of like, I was already working in digital. I feel bad for the people who were like painters, for example, but you're the first like actual painter telling that story in this interview series. So thank you for contributing that.
That's cool.
And so it seems neither of you worked in virtual space like before 2021. Did you use anything besides New Art City before?
So my undergrad degree, I had a double concentration in new media and drawing. So I did do some digital things, but it was more like video and like animation stuff. So it was sort of new. My first exposure to like the virtual things was sort of like I did a piece at like the Shanghai Institute of Visual Art where they did a VR show, and I was really bad at it. I kind of just assets that I made for animations to them, and they're like, maybe think of this as a sculpture, and it wasn't that good, but it was my first attempt. It was my first dipping my toes into that.
I didn't have any connection with VR shows and anything, but I did video as well, but it was more like performative videos. So, but I was starting to get interest in 3D modeling and stuff. So the switch came at that time.
Yeah, New Art City was my first virtual world. I like wasn't doing virtual at all before 2020.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And so I guess you have like some experience with installing artwork in physical space. I'm curious sort of how you approached the like interplay between physical and virtual, if at all, or sort of how you used like installation as a strategy in virtual space.
Actually, I think I did most things. I did put the works in like in both spaces, right? Not most, but I was showing them to Nathan and like telling me to his comments on them. I don't think I thought anyhow in like physical perspective, because I tried to do stuff that is impossible in physical space, like. Because we use a lot of paintings that were actually physical, like real life painting. They're like in the middle of space and nowhere, like they're not hanging somewhere, for instance. But yeah, for sure, like one of the things that was scaling, like the scaling of the paintings and the perspective, like I remember that was one of the things we were having in consideration, not being too big for the eye to see or too small It would be like as you walk in a real space. And I also was very inspired by video gaming camera movement and perspectives. Like and for the first show, The Lost Woods, one of the reasons I did put my paintings, the physical one was like I remembered in Super Mario 64, which you entered Peach's castle, and there were like huge paintings, but that depicts the worlds when the character will jump inside the painting. So something like that.
I remember that. I love Super Mario 64.
Yeah.
Good time.
I mean, and sort of both of you have talked a bit about the like digital nostalgia of video games, and I'm curious, like, since some time has passed since you've made at least the first one, like, how does it feel to come back to the space? Like, what do you remember?
I finally can start.
So coming back to our show that we made, or
Yeah.
yeah, so we recently gave a joint talk at a conference called Ready Avatar One that was between McMaster's University and Virginia Commonwealth University. And that was actually the first time I've been back in Lost Woods in about a month or so. And we had to give a little tour of it. And it was sort of surreal being a step away from it now, like, because we had spent so much time in it, building it, that then it was almost like rediscovering it now as a viewer and a phenomenon. It was kind of different, you know, like I didn't, I almost felt like I didn't make it. I'm like, who did this? Like, why is this here? But it was interesting. Like it was I don't know if you felt the same way, Babak, but I felt a step removed from it.
Yeah, me too. I felt the same. Although I sometimes revisit both of the project and those looks like when I'm not doing anything, just to play around, or any other like virtual distribution hours are one. But I remember one of the things for me personally that stands out. It's like back then I was like in my baby steps in 3D works and stuff, and now I've like progressed a lot and have so many new ideas and got better to it. And I get back and I see like some of my models. I'm like, damn, why is it like that? I should have done it better. But then, like, because I do psychotherapy and I have this thing with perfectionism and clinical perfection, and I step back and like from my autopilot mode of like seeing a flaw in my works and or in myself. I'm like, okay, but that's who I was, and I should accept it. And what I, you know,
Yeah.
it was something necessary.
And I think we've gotten better at like environment building. And so there's things that feel like no brainer now. Like I walked through it and like my characters sit still and they don't move. And I'm like, it would have been so easy just to have them move a little bit and that would have changed the whole thing. Like, I don't know why I didn't even think about that, but like
Exactly.
while we were showing it, I was like, why aren't all of these animating? But I didn't think about it at the time.
Yeah, I identify with that a lot because it makes it really easy to sort of have all of your experiments immediately go into a gallery. Like in physical space, it's not like it's like you get to choose which paintings go there and you have to like physically move them. But in virtual space, you can just have this through line of all of these things that you know were experiments, but it was just like reached a point of like, okay, this is okay, let's see how it looks. And so you know, I have the same experience. Like practically everything I've ever 3D modeled that felt done is in a virtual space. And like, you know, my worlds from 2020 look like shit.
Relatable. I totally feel that.
So my last question is about archiving because your world is itself archived by New Art City. And this interview is kind of an act of preservation through documentation. And I'm curious kind of how you approach archiving in your work more broadly. Is like returning to old files something you do as a practice, or when something's done, do you just leave it?
Hey, thank you.
That is a good question, and I think that's similar to a question we got at the Ready Avatar 1 conference about permanence of it, or like how will it exist in the future. And we kind of mentioned we're almost a little interested in the idea of like digital decay, like the idea that someone might come across the link 10 years down the line, but some, you know, software has changed and things are different and it doesn't function properly. But that's kind of interesting to me. I've done work on Mozilla Hubs, which is like it links to things. And what's one of the things that's interesting is I've returned to old projects and a lot of the links are broken. So a lot of the assets are like pink, or they're like little squares that say missing asset, or, you know, but that becomes kind of fascinating to me too, to kind of like enter this kind of dilapidated digital world that's falling apart.
Like all my
Um,
old blend files before I packed the assets.
Yeah, exactly. And but like I like that idea. I kind of like the idea that it's not gonna last forever, and that even with modern technology and our attempts to make it permanent, it's still slowly falling apart. I I find that kind of comforting.
Yeah, you're totally right. And like we think, because it's like, yeah, digital media is the most precarious. I think it decays the most quickly, and practices of preservation have to evolve in concert with technology that's accelerating at an ever faster pace.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, I've definitely, because like compared to something like Unity, like JavaScript is quite like backward compatible with itself. So
Mm.
I'm curious, like how developing for the web will change over the next 10 years. Like, you know, JavaScript can't last forever, and there's a point at which, you know, maybe we have to use a virtual machine and emulate what like the web was like in the 20s.
That's so interesting. I mean, I'm excited to see what that'll be like.
Me too.
Yeah.
Um,
And the thing is like with all this technology like evolving so fast, and the trends also evolving so fast and changing. And there was one thing we had a talk before both shows with Nathan, was like to make the both shows as more accessible as possible, but we found it more democratic. Like we didn't want it to have like very high end 3D models or heavy animated models or textures that are very heavy, since the most crap computer we wanted the most crap computer to be able to log on and play without lagging or anything. And like in this conference we had together, after Nathan, I was presenting a movie I did through the Sims 4. And one of the
nice.
questions I got was like, what do I believe for the future of digital art and machinima art and all this kind of stuff? And I told them like, things are getting a bit bad from my perspective, because I know a bit more like about technological stuff with my studies, and friends of mine who are computer engineers and programmers. It's like they like how like the gap between the rich and the poor is like increasing like the recent years. The same is happening in like who has access to higher end computers, higher end software, electronics, everything. So like there's this game now came out, Hogwarts Legacy from it's for Harry Potter, and there's like a backfire about it because of the transphobic statements of J.K. Rowling. So I was planning to buy the game and play it and make a movie and like try to see like make a meta commentary about it, but my computer can't handle it. The graphics are so good, like my computer just crashes immediately. So I'm like, okay, so in the future, like virtual exhibitions, 3D modeling, machinima, games, anything, it's going to be so like complex and inaccessible. So what's the point of it?
Mm.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, that's something that I think is really important about New Art City is that it's really designed for the least common denominator, where, you know, a huge percentage of the world accesses the internet not through a computer at all, but through a phone, right? Um, and like you think of these like 1 GB Unity projects that are designed to run on a very specific overclocked machine, and it like even getting it to sort of stay published for a long time is hard.
Hmm.
Exactly. I think it's important to have volume because it has music.
Yes, I found that this is the ideal volume to hear it, but not drown out your voice.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Cool.
So yeah, go ahead and read the statement whenever you're ready.
I think Nathan has a better accent than me.
Let me just pull it up. You just want me to read the statement?
Yes, please.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Lost Woods is a duo exhibition created by Nathan Harper and Babak. I always butcher your last name. I'm so sorry. Ashishampur.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
after some.
Cool. The work explores digital identity and artificial intelligence set in a mythical setting placed within an appropriated digital location from a popular video game. This space, the Lost Woods, is a mythical space between worlds with fluid identity, much like the digital objects in the exhibition. Babak produces paintings of evil beings that harken back to ancient demonology illustrations, but contain the signifiers of contemporary sources such as films and video games. He attempts to deconstruct various beings such as the Reaper or the Jackalope, since they have a trace of signified meanings and connections to various situations, emotions, identities, abstract notions, or behaviors, i.e., ghosting, and cultural constructs. I love that connection. In this exhibition, he includes an image of these physical paintings and a digital reconstruction of the beings in 3D. They serve as an enemy NPC while still referencing a life outside of cyberspace as physical artifacts. In conversation with these NPCs are Nathan's AI-generated hedgehogs. These hedgehogs are produced using a neural network called a generative adversarial network, most famously known for the "this person does not exist" face generator, trained on hundreds of images of Sonic the Hedgehog fan characters. These avatars serve as self-inserts into a fictional world, but Harper deconstructs them from human input and finally gives them over to non-human vision. The AI even names these works by giving a text generator the titles of Babak's works nearest to them and allowing the generator to provide the following line. All of the titles then string together to create a sci-fi/mystical pseudo-narrative that is a duet between human and machine thinking.
I love that like GANs are now from like a previous era of AI. And like I'm amazed by how many pieces in this program were experimenting with AI in that period before Stable Diffusion took over. It's like one of these themes that I really didn't realize until I was like seeing all of them in front of me. So the world that we're in is shrouded in this dense green fog. In the distance, you can see those characters from Crash Bandicoot. I can't remember what their names are. Those like scary masks.
It's Uka Uka and Aku Aku.
There's a Reaper figure that appears right in front of us, and there's a floating green diamond that's spinning around that looks right. It's from The Sims, but it looks like a New Art City avatar as well.
Yeah, and if you read the title of the painting or the model, you can see.
Oh, this one. In The Sims, after all, we couldn't escape the game engines of power. And in the distance, there's a hovering text in this really jagged font that says, "The pure white of the flowing robe he wears in his place shows stark against the blood that stains his heart." Whoa. Did an AI write that, or did you write that?
Yeah, it's an AI.
I wouldn't have known otherwise. That's really powerful.
I
Um,
think, Nathan, do you remember which title of mine you gave the AI?
Yeah, so with each one we gave the images are actually paintings Rubak made that have names. And then we would feed those names to a text bot, and then the next line that it gave us would be these texts and also the titles of my works.
oh, that's such a great process.
I'm assuming that that one is generated from the skull or the painting to the left of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. So we're in this kind of, it's not quite a cave, but we're surrounded by these like low poly gray rocks. It definitely has like a PS1 kind of feel to it. And we have these like messed up Sonic figures around in 3D. There's this one that looks kind of like, I think is that Knuckles? He's like orange and he looks kind of like clippy, like his body is like a paper clip. And then
Maybe
on
so.
the cave walls, we have several paintings. I see one of a Reaper in sort of cooler tones, and then there's another one in the distance of the same masks surrounding this purple jackalope sculpture. So where do you want to go to first?
You can go towards Jagalop, I guess.
Good with that one, yeah.
So there's a purple spiny jackalope with green horns, and then the same jackalope, and it's being ringed by these two animated masks. And the painting in the background it looks like a lot more fiery, and there are these like burnt trees in the background, and the same scene in 3D that we're seeing is depicted in 2D as a painting.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
fires that burn are never the ones that were meant to burn.
Very cool. Good titles.
They could be titles from for death metal bands.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the right there are more hedgehogs from Nathan. Like yeah, in the distance, we can go from towards there.
This one looks kind of like a pillow stuffy. It has like it's pretty like bulbous, and it's red. They have a very powerful GAN feel to them.
You can go
Yeah.
inside it, and it's a very psychedelic.
Oh, you're so right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like-
it looks kind of like a Rorschach even, or like it's not recognizable as a face anymore.
Yeah. I liked what you were saying about like GAN almost as like old school AI. Like I feel like my interests in AI were definitely in that realm, and like I'm not as interested in the newer developments, but I sort of feel like I've like already been made old school. Like they've already passed me, and I'm like, oh no, like but I'm really interested in it not working very well. I'm interested in as kind of like machine vision and abstraction. So these were obviously like they were images at first, and then making them into 3D models was a bit of a challenge. And like the way that I did it, at least for this exhibition, was definitely making them into these little pillows where they're kind of just fluffy stuffed versions of these warped creatures.
Did you
It's
like
kinda-
use cloth simulation, or was it a manual process?
It was basically like that. Like I just kind of mirrored it and then made two sides to it and just kind of fluffed them up.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm seeing things I would have done differently, but I need to be happy with it as it is, you know.
Yeah, they're perfect. This one is called "The Splash of the Knife in the Water Rings Out Over the Assembly as if it was the shattering of 100 crystal chandeliers." Incredible.
Yeah.
And so now we have the same jagged font floating behind us, and it's red text that says, "We will end all of your fears and bring you into a world of peace and harmony." We have another green hedgehog. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it became very fantasy and occult very quickly, like the text, which was interesting.
Does it feel kind of like a mirror that it's like completing your thoughts, or does it feel like like a surprise that the AI took it there?
I think we were kind of surprised at where the text went. I think that we sort of thought it would be a little more down to earth, but it became really fantastical very quickly. But I was really fascinated with it. I thought it was cool.
And did that like inform how you ended up making the work that's in the space? Was it like a feedback loop?
It was kind of so Babak's paintings are those were constructed for physical exhibitions before this, and then this is kind of a transformative act of turning them into 3D. And these images that I had were also just, you know, like PNGs. Like they were a kind of branch of research that existed in my work but hadn't come to this space. So I think we were both taking something to a new presentation model to in this 3D space and making them three-dimensional. And so it sort of felt like our work was transforming again by placing it in here. So it made sense for them to be retitled and evolve with this process. This definitely felt like another step in the evolution of work that we had already started, but it was now like evolving again.
That's really, really cool. It's so like, I love art getting a second life. I was talking to Danielle Brathwaite shortly about this like yesterday, and I think her process is really similar. So this scene that we're seeing now, there are sort of 5 objects spread out in front of us. There's a cave in the distance, and there's like a tree stump. We have a kind of diabolical looking like green Sonic, and he has this like infinity symbol or like an 8 and a colon kind of emblazoned on his chest. And we have 2 floating like ghosts that look like they were drawn with crayon, and then and they really do mirror these 2 paintings that are on the wall. One has kind of a peach toned background. It's kind of like a pleading ghost. It almost looks a little bit like a panda. And there are a couple of there are like a lot of gray scribbles in the background. And then the other one has more of a pink toned background with blue scribbles around it. And there are these like teal kind of embellishments around the ghost who's ringed in red. So are these boos? Like, are these Mario boos?
I guess they could be inspired, but not exactly. Yeah. And you can go inside the tunnel there, and it's the second spec.
The sound is really good. Ah, wow, yeah, I love a cave. I mean, it's like, I imagine if we looked at the game map, it would be quite simple, but like most Dismal Swamp did this, like this is probably like our 4th or 5th show. And it was like, when you look at the map, it's deceptively simple, but somehow it feels really vast.
Yeah, totally.
So we got a scary little sunflower guy swinging a mace. And he's holding a dagger in his other hand. Go off. He has this like like jagged sort of diabolical grin with like red teeth, and his head, but this is just in the center of his head is a sunflower, and his face is in the center of the sunflower. And so he's also painted on the other side with these really great kind of interlacing patterns. What would you call those? They almost look like Celtic. Yeah, medieval, yeah. And we have floating red text that says, "A woman has dropped a clay vase to the floor and is now sitting on the floor, a surge of electricity shooting from her body and scorching the floor around her." She's just like me for real. And we have another Sonic who's more red tone. He only has 1 leg, like a flamingo. We have more ghosts and more paintings of ghosts, and an additional text that says, this is in more of a pink color. The splash of the knife in the water rings out over the assembly as if it was the shattering of 100 crystal chandeliers. And I recognize that. And we have a very characteristic GAN video installed up above us on this rock. This has very serious like Zelda platforming feel to it. There's like
Yeah.
fire going up, but it's like the morphing between all of these different generated sonics. Very GAN-y.
Yes. Yeah, I felt like I had to include that. If I'm using GAN, I've got to use the little video for sure.
And so is that documentation of where these sonics came from, or did you make that separately?
So when I train the model, you can render videos or images out of them, and I
Mhm.
did both. I have literally hundreds of still images, but I also wanted just the video to see it too, as it like is evolving.
You should make a website that's just an archive of all of them, like 10,001 fucked up sonics.
Yeah, I feel like that would be really cool. I've been thinking about putting something like that on my website or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you should totally do that.
I like on that one, I like that it can't determine whether the space in the arms should be arms or if it should be eyes, so it puts like pseudo pupils in them. Every open the only consistent thing in the images, I guess, is the face and the eyes, so those are the things that appear over and over, and then it doesn't really know what to do with the rest. But I love the ones that like I feel like it should be the armpit, but then it's also an eyeball or a mouth, and then it's kind of between two. But every white circle gets a dot in it because it recognizes that as eyes.
That's really funny. Yeah, I love the kind of weird things that the machine grabs onto.
Yeah. I'm sure I could keep training it and make it perfect, but that's not really a very interesting part of that. It's not really, I like this. This is the interesting part to me, is researching what the machine kind of can't quite pick up on.
Me too. I think that was such a like golden period.
Totally.
Is there anything else that we should see in this world?
We've covered.
Great. So do you want to send me to the next one?
Yeah. Let's get the link. Here you go.
And we didn't, I realized we kind of introduced Lost Woods a little bit, but we didn't talk as much about this one.
Totally. Do you want to talk about that now?
Do you want
I
to?
think yeah, I can, because it was mostly something I had as an idea. So basically, this one is based on a experimental harsh noise album I released on 18th of November on a label in Brooklyn called the Jollies. Oh yeah, you have it.
Yeah. Here it is.
Yes. Yeah. That's my take. Yeah. And basically, the title of the exhibition is the title of the album, and basically we made 5 installations, and the tracks of the album are 5, and on each installation one of the tracks is played. And because the tracks do not have like a compositional beginning, middle, or end, they're like something that's happening in the background, I thought of showcasing it in this kind of way instead of like making a video with it. Yeah. And one of the concepts of this album is it's about climate crisis and technocracy. So the whole show is like in an alien land, which very certain stuff has been kept in the future by humanity, and they have like a very organic thing. So I asked Nathan if we could use his dirt paintings and prints, and all this stuff are printed and painted with dirt.
Painted with dirt.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, did I make this circle? But it looks like you made this circle. I've made one that is a lot like this.
The space, the garden, this like circle thing,
Mhm. So we're sitting on this grass circle that's ringed by marble, and on two of the edges, it's like extruded out into this like walkway that extends off into a pink fog. I can see a black sphere in the middle of this space that's kind of obscured by fog, and there's like a floating, falling avatar figure looping above it. And so we're standing in front of this server rack that has there's a MacBook sitting in front of it, and then there's a painting of a MacBook on the screen with like vampire teeth on either side of it, and a bunch of Lidl bags, like grocery store bags with rabbits with fangs coming out of them inside of the bags. And we have this like kind of metal text that says Death Grip. Above that, there's this like purple lightning painting of these two like claws reaching up. I mean, I love the game aesthetics in the paintings. There's this looks like a map, or like a map of a country, and it says death with like a scythe going through it. And then that same death graphic and a moth and this little 8-bit creature is painted in like a dirt texture, like it's kind of red dirt on like a beige painted background.
So the thing on the start of the death, basically, Nathan has laser cut the logo from the band Death, like the death metal band, and he had wrote dirt somewhere, like in an exhibition of his, I think. And I asked him, would you like to remake that in 3D? And that's the result of it.
Yeah, so in this exhibition, some of my previous painting work is in it, and we that sort of, I had a piece once that was basically in the corner of the gallery. There was just some dirt dusted on the ground with that logo from the 1980s band Death kind of cut out of it. And I think a lot of people don't notice it, but I thought that was kind of exciting with the little dirt in the corner. And the floating image is a print I did where I injected dirt into inkjet printers and was printing images.
Whoa.
It was really fun. I broke a lot of printers, but that was sort of like that was kind of the work I was making right before COVID hit, and I switched to purely digital. But
That's such a fascinating process. I did not know that was possible.
it's barely possible. They really don't want it to work, but it kind of works.
They don't want you to know about this.
I honestly think that ink is one of the biggest scams in the world. Like, the cartridges are very designed to not allow you to touch it. If you breathe on it wrong, it breaks, so this research
Unbelievably expensive too. It's like, it's almost easier to buy a printer full of ink and then sell it when you're done printing.
Exactly, and there's no real reason for it to be that monopolized. But so I already had digital and technological concerns as a painter. I was already not taking a paintbrush, I was injecting dirt into inkjet printers and calling them paintings. But yeah, so this was a chance for me to revisit some of those and then like digitize them and think about them, my older work and my newer concerns in virtual space. So I thought that was really exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, that's so interesting. That's such a cool process.
Thanks. I should revisit it. I should go get some thrift store printers and have some.
Right. So each of these circular grass things are also, they have like a domed floating roof above them. They have this like marble texture. Ooh, and I can look down and there's a floor, and there are some messed up Cybertrucks with some kind of weird graphic on them that I can't quite make out. But we're going towards this airbrushed like barracks tent. It's like white, but it has these like pink and orange and yellow spray paints on them. So it goes from this like cool purple into kind of like a flame texture. And I'm gonna go inside now. And there's a piranha character from Mario. There's a purple skull on this very nice like like drafting desk with an iMac on it, and another one of Nathan's dirt paintings. There's an Eames desk chair. There are a couple more paintings. There's a like a completely black unicorn in the middle of the barracks, and then there's a dirt painting on paper, like a purple painting of some skulls, and a larger painting of the unicorn on like a purple background with piranhas shooting blue and red flames up at it.
So basically, this was all these installations were inspired by the titles of the tracks. This track of this album is called Installing Cloaked Plugins in a Botanic Laboratory. Basically, that's like the botanic laboratory. And black unicorn reflects also to the horse on Nathan's print, and on the left, on the other print, which has a unicorn in the corner.
It's interesting, you do have like kind of similar styles.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even like when you like look at our paintings, you know, outside of digital space, I think there's even kind of a conversation happening. Like before we even met each other, there was a similar concern. And is this purple painting in there? Is that from your World of Warcraft series?
Yeah, that's a World of Warcraft spell icon.
Yeah.
Shadow vulnerability based on the Shadow Priest debuff called Shadow Vulnerability icon from World of Warcraft. Oh, that's so great. Yeah, like I said, the game aesthetics and the paintings are really cool.
And the death grip on the previous installation was also a spell icon.
I really like this painting in particular. It almost looks like a tattoo flash sheet, but it's the same kind of like rusty red color, and there's like kind of like a sexy unicorn. There's some flames. There's this like gothic font that says "Still a Rebel," and then there's a negative image of like a buck in like a bright light.
Yeah.
Looks like a flashlight is shining on it.
Yeah, it's one of those deer cameras that takes infrared pictures of deer for hunters, I guess. I thought.
Oh yeah, those are always so eldritch.
Yeah.
And I love this one too. There's like a seated horse with one of its legs seems to be missing, and then there's a cut off like really kind of chuggy like skull with an eagle on it, but it has the stock photo watermark over it, and then there's this like spray like painted like dripping metal font, and I have no idea what that says.
That's impending doom.
Right, yeah, I can totally see that.
Actually, that's very interesting because there's another installation we used Doom, and I didn't know that was writing impending doom. So
Oh, I can see Doom now. Yeah.
I think doom is the only slightly legible part of it.
Yeah, slightly. Ooh, I like, oh my God, the Stewie Griffin with 2 guns, and the skeleton with 2 machine guns, and the barbed wire, and the 2 sparrows holding a banner.
Yeah, that one I enjoy. When I printed that one, I was like, that one works. That one really like they work together.
That like cackling at your own sort of insane ingenuity. Oh wow, there's so much here. There's a bear driving a go-kart surrounded by empty Pepsi cans. There's a shark coming out of a washing machine, which is depicted on the painting behind it. And in the painting, the shark's face it's really just like a tube. It looks really derpy.
It's very cute.
And we have a couple more of the dirt paintings. That says "were" in the same Gothic font. There's a Reaper pointing a shotgun at us, and then there's like a cute little like mouse angel figure with this like flowing hair.
that's actually a character Nathan uses a lot, but I can't remember her name.
It's Gadget Hack Wrench from Rescue Rangers.
Oh,
There's a very large internet cult following of her that I find really fascinating.
that's amazing.
So she's a recurring character in my work.
Is this also her on the left of this painting?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a more anthropomorphic version of her, but yes.
And on the right, there's like a kind of Dorothy looking figure, but her shadow has these like scary bat wings. And there's like a Chinese calligraphy character in the center, and there's more barbed wire, again recalling like a tattoo flash sheet.
Yeah.
The title of this installation and the track that is playing is called In Pursuit of the Time Wasting. No, wait.
Wait, I got it.
In pursuit of the anvil that was fed into the jaws of the time wasting washing machine.
Your titles are so good, Babak. Oh my god, the bear's tongue is like so long and like out of his mouth that he's also painted behind us on this kind of like neon pink and purple background, and there's like flames coming out of the tailpipes of the go-kart.
Basically, that's a cart from Crash Bandicoot Night.
Crash Bandicoot is so fun. Oh my god, what is that guy's name?
Skeletor.
Yeah, Skeletor is standing on the on top of the black sphere in the center with his hand outstretched as if he's like levitating this floating figure.
Basically banishing the ghoul, which is floating.
Yeah, I want to come check this out. Oh yeah, he's pointing his little witch finger.
That's,
Who's this guy?
It's a ghoul from World of Warcraft.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
It's
very
not a
like
character, it's more like a random NPC.
yeah, he's like super low poly in these like tan and reds. And we have a couple more of the dirt paintings.
I can tell you the process of that. I actually have him as an action figure,
Oh,
and I 3D scanned him, and
oh, I love that. So the painting beneath him is a pile of skulls and like some capillaries and the number 777. And above we have like a really classic like clip art Reaper, but his scythe is also an M16.
Yeah.
this like the sphere actually it resembles like a black hole, like in physics,
Mhm.
and it connected to the Tesla tracks that Nathan put beneath in the land, and it's like the biggest installation we did. And basically, the title is like, I'd rather be banished to the void rather than to accept disturbing facts. And I thought of that because there are like very famous Skeletor memes that Skeletor appears, says a disturbing fact, and then leaves until next time. So basically, it's like Tesla tracks for me reminds me of Elon Musk, who is like obsessed with colonizing Mars, and he doesn't care about environmental crises and all this kind of stuff. So it's like, yeah, Elon Musk, you don't accept that you are not a good person, or you care about ecology with your Tesla cars, which burn battery, which takes from lithium mines, and etc. etc.
Yeah, like automobiles should not, or like individual modes of transportation are not a way to an energy independent future.
Exactly.
And so now I'm going back to one of these circle areas, and we have a dead deer with a floating balloon attached to its ankle that says, "Get well soon." There's a floating PNG of a gun that says, "I don't call 911," which is also present on this dirt painting on the left with a really cute little fawn on it. We have the Doom logo, and then above that, in the same shape as the O's, are these white eyes on a black background with some scary floating like green eyes. And then, ooh, this one might be my favorite dirt painting. We have the same deer that says "Get well soon," and there's this really nice like variegated ivy kind of wallpaper, and the two images that are imposed on the scene are kind of they have like a white background, so they make these nice little squares, and there's like a pretty classic like funeral bouquet on there.
The painting above Doom, it's a spell icon again from World of Warcraft. It's a warlock one called Doom, Curse of Doom. That's why.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and the installation and the track of the album is called the Death Omens of Doom's Exercising Influence.
And is this album also on Bandcamp? Is it like linked in the space? Amazing.
Yeah. It's linked on the description.
Great. So let's go down to the lava landscape with the sunken Cybertrucks and find out what is painted on them. Oh, who is she?
It's the same character from
Gadget again.
She has more of like a PS3 kind of aesthetic. Like she has these like Ratchet and Clank ass like purple shiny goggles up on her head, and she has like red hair and these like enormous blue anime eyes. They're not quite anime eyes, but they're definitely like really big and cartoony.
For sure. They're kind of just peppered throughout.
Is there anything else to see down here?
no, it's just
That's it.
Well, is there anything else that y'all want to speak to?
I think I am covered. I don't know, it's Nathan.
Yeah, no, I think that pretty much covers the works.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. This has been like really, really fun. I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording now. Hi. So the first question I'm gonna ask is just introduce yourselves and the title of your piece.
Right. Thanks, Sammy. My name is Claire, and I go by the alias Rubarcode. And I'm a student at the RCA of Visual Communication with my friend and co-worker Wenhui.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Wen Hui, and my artist name is Untitled Egg. And right now, I'm also studying Royal College of Art, Visual Communication, and currently, I'm interested in the gamification. Yeah, thanks.
And your piece is called Post Destination Cyber Identity?
Oh yes, yes.
Yes, sorry.
No problem. And where are you calling in from?
From the UK, for both of us.
And so I know this piece was actually finished like this week, right?
It's funny you say that. So this is a work from last year, from a project we did with the university called Diffracted Sensibilities. But we've also just completed a project last week called New Rendezvous Street with our friend Xantfi Horner as well, which is a collection of many artists' works. I mean, we could show you that as well if there's time at all, but
yeah, we only have an hour, so I think we should probably just stick to this one. But it's
Okay.
nice that you have multiple pieces in the festival. You're the second artist who I've spoken to who have multiple of them. So tell me more. So you made this piece last year. Tell me more about the process of making it.
So it started off with us both being quite lost. I think AI, procedurally generated imagery, had just become mainstream, and it was very uncertain, that realm. I mean, it still is ethically, and we were kind of messing around with creating made-up characters from it, and we realized, that there was this whole kind of mystery around it, and I think we wanted to pop the bubble of that a little bit, and have fun with it as well. And we're also combining that with Wenhui was going out and getting scans on her phone of the streets.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, we start as a dialogue because at the beginning, I have such like negative attitude with AI, and Claire, actually, she didn't mention she's positive or negative. Then we have such an interesting dialogue, and we thinking through making to start our project. Yeah.
That's wonderful. We've had a lot of pieces in this show that are kind of trying to critically engage AI, and a lot of them kind of came before the whole like DALL-E revolution.
Yeah.
And so I guess you were in university when this piece was made. Have you all graduated since then?
We're still on the course.
Yeah.
But yeah.
One of the questions that's kind of like on my list is like, what was your practice like before the pandemic? Because many of us kind of came into New Art City and virtual space because of the pandemic. So like, are y'all like a product of like Zoom school? Did you begin university during the pandemic?
Yeah, we did. To be honest, it was it suited my practice quite well. I mean, the pandemic was difficult for everyone, but I felt particularly sorry for people with studios and having to make sculpture or people interactive centered works. So the transition from that to the screen wasn't so incongruent for me, but I like the idea of adapting through artwork, so it made sense. What about for you, Wenhui?
Actually, I didn't know New Art City before last year, but when I knew that, I think right now it's my favorite website because I'm gonna thinking move my graduating work to New Art City as my plan, because I think whatever is pandemic or post-pandemic, if you want to have your own space to show your work, actually you don't have the full, how can I say, permission, because you want to show something in a real physical exhibition, you're gonna thinking about your cost and the location and the audience and something, and the advertiser or something. But if you are in New York City, it's like a freedom space. It's really good. Yeah.
I love to hear. So I suppose y'all have not shown in other virtual spaces before, or have you worked in other virtual spaces since working with New Art City?
Nothing 3D personally, not to the same kind of potentials of New Art City, but we were both making digital artwork before then. It was sort of, we'd make it using the various software that was available to us, and the platforms that we had posted on would be online exhibitions at best that might showcase this. If not, we'd make it anyway and post it on sort of our social media channels, or yeah, I've got this NeoCities website as well, which is eternally in construction.
Yeah, my site is also on
Yeah.
NeoCities. I love it.
Yeah.
But this was the first.
And so
Yeah,
you
me
made
too.
this piece last year, and how long had it been since you'd returned? But like between making it and like the festival this year?
Just under a year.
And how does it feel to come back to this world that you like inhabited?
Um, I think personally it was easier. I think once you've got the understanding of a place and how it works, and seeing that there were more features as well, it was a bit like coming back home.
Yeah.
And how did it feel to do the accessibility, like alt text writing stuff?
You just have to be as we've just had the experience of doing the alt text for the Alpha Festival, but we've not uploaded the alt text for this one yet, sadly. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It's totally fine. This is access work too.
Yeah.
And it's also preservation work. So the last question I have for you before we switch gears is, how do you approach archiving in your practices? Do you return to old assets frequently, either in a personal sense or to recycle them, or do you sort of leave the past in the past?
I'm gonna let Wenhui go first.
Can you ask the question again? Sorry.
Sure, no
Sorry.
problem. How do you approach archiving in your practice? Like, do you return to old files? Do you recycle old files, or do you just kind of leave the things that are finished in the past?
I think I'm the last one, just leave the things at the finish in the past. Yeah. Yeah. But I think works in New York City is like the works has their own world. It's like our project is living in that space, because actually the post destination we make a lot of creatures actually is really like they really have their own life. Yeah, like a human beings living in the space. Yeah.
I would find I generally leave stuff in the past, but this was the one project where I would recycle it in the future, which is now the past. So
Past future, the future past.
time will never be normal. And yeah, I reused some of the creatures in this for a future project, now past project, in Unreal Engine. And I wanted to do that because I think my perspective on them had changed a bit. So I wanted to show a different side of these creatures, and just building on the almost kind of storytelling capabilities. What happens when you put them in a different environment?
Yeah, they're like game assets, and they're like portable between worlds. That's interesting. Or like, how do you feel about working with Unreal as it compares to New Art City?
I can speak for Wenhui as well with this, and that we both find it really quite frustrating.
Yeah, I think Unreal is really hard to use, to be honest, because the blueprint and a lot of function, actually the function is hiding in the blueprint or something. But for New York City, I think it's like a artificial Unreal. Yeah, it's really good, because if you want to change the fog in Unreal, you need to change different type of fog. But in New York City, you just need to through the options to sit in that. Yeah,
Much more accessible,
yeah,
and that allows for more creative freedom as well. You're not kind of restricted by the esoteric demands of the original Unreal, but we didn't let it put us off.
It's definitely, yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of like, it's like a push and pull, that like you can do all of this wild like real-time simulation and stuff with Unreal, and like none of this at all is possible in New Art City, but I feel like the constraints can be pretty inspiring.
Yeah, restriction can allow for creativity, but I think when with Unreal, you can be so bogged down by trying to realize just one very simple idea that much of the time it does feel like just a hindrance, really.
Yeah.
Totally. So that was my last question on that side. So I'm going to switch to sharing my screen.
Post-destination initially began with us both being lost. Our resolve was to make, then consolidate. After some time, I had a veritable menagerie of wonky-looking creatures from AI-generated imagery. Untitled Egg had a collection of 3D scans of a road in Fulham and herself in various quasi-religious poses, using her devices as if they were sacred ceremonial objects for prayer. When we consolidated these designs, we found ourselves in the world we call post-destination. We imagined ourselves falling into this world via a post box due to our naivety in fully trusting Google directions. Interestingly enough, naivety is a word derived from the Latin word nativus, meaning native or natural. Upon arrival, we find ourselves in the same street, which is now occupied by AI creatures amidst humans worshipping devices architecture. This provoked questions, such as the following: is this world a hidden layer of reality we couldn't see before? Are the AI creatures good or bad? Do we have any agency? Are these worshippers real people or statues? Who are the ugly children? And why are there so many hamsters? However, these questions became irrelevant as, like dreams, their value rested in their lack of quantifiable logic and straightforward answers. We embraced an anti-didactic approach as we fought through making, following the unexpected paths that the rabbit hole in the postbox took us down. And the bit below that is Wenhui's text. If you're happy to read, Wenhui.
Yeah, our world is neither utopia or dystopia, serving as a liminal crack between the virtual and real. We named it post-destination, raising issues for the destination of Google and the destination of our society. What will the future look like? There is no answer now. What is the relationship between humans and AI? Unknown. We are trying to establish concern for the entanglement between humans and no-humans, the ethic of artificial intelligence. We find ourselves increasingly dependent on AI and algorithm. Invisibly, we have become emotionally attached to them. We should find a healthy way to live with AI, even if the AI has its own consciousness. It is easy to be afraid of AI, but we neglect to think, may they be afraid of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm seeing these creatures. I see the 3D scan of the road that we're standing on, and it's also floating way above us in the sky. There are a bunch of these like rotating AI creatures. I see a scary blobby man with like a really thick neck and like a military helmet. I think he's holding two guns. Did he kill this other figure that's laying on the ground?
I never thought of those hands being guns, but yeah, I suppose he has killed him. Yes, that is, you've guessed well. He's
Finger guns.
yeah.
Yeah, and all of these like little photo things, I guess those were kind of like shop front windows. It says like celebrating
Yeah.
10 years, qualified to advise.
Yes.
Mm.
And then we have a video render over here through one of the shop windows.
Mm.
And it looks kind of like a render of the scene that we're already in, but it's maybe like the camera distance is weird, like it kind of is in focus in the center and then it warps outward on the outside. The zoom is very uncanny.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
is it the aspect ratio? Is it that? No, it's not. I've forgotten the word for the distance of the lens. But
I
yeah,
think it's focal length, isn't it?
focal length, yes. That's it.
Very chaotic. So where should I go next? I see the post box over here, the red post box under the glitchy text post destination.
Hmm.
There's a floating blob above me.
That's the
It
love
has like a
fish.
Pokemon character. Oh, it's a fish. Yeah, it has like
Yeah.
it looks almost like a cuttlefish and it has these nice little like oranges and greens.
Mm. That was the prompt for that fish was Christmas stocking combined with fish.
And you generated 3D models with AI?
Yeah, no, the 3D models were self-done. We used a program called Monster Mush to do it, which is in browser, and the whole point of this was to just keeping it transparent to show people how accessible and easy it was, and dumb too. Because I think at that point there was a lot of mystique around it. People didn't know how these processes work, so we aim to be just transparent with it. And the love fish was where I stopped as well. It was at that point I realized the creativity lay in the prompts. Christmas stocking with fish. And I've not touched AI since. AI anonymous.
This is your last AI.
Yeah. And that was my it's quite bittersweet because that's like the representation of what I want to do with art in many ways, and also is quite a sentimental thing. But it's in the end, it's something that's almost quite flippant and isn't my own as well.
Yeah, it's a collaboration.
Yeah. Oh, just the fish is how I feel about it. The collaboration itself is really meaningful.
Going towards the post box. Ooh, and I see a 3D scan rotating through a copy of itself. Wenhui, is this you? Is this you sitting at your
Yeah.
laptop? And there's your laptop sitting on the ground, and you're like it looks like there's a laptop on.
Yeah.
It's called
Yeah,
God
I
of
think
Computing.
yes, I think I think I create some digital double. It's from me, but I think it's not me actually. I think in this world, this is like a god, but also like a human vessel because you can't talk with these human beings anymore. Yeah, and those four gods, they are using laptop, iPad, iPhone, and doing the worship actions. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Or it's like the sort of fallacy that your avatar is yourself. It's like, no, the body breathes. This is like non-interactable.
Yeah.
It looks like they're both rotating, like the first one rotates back into itself, and then the next one begins to rotate. But I think that might be an optical illusion.
Yeah, I think sometimes I got some illusion with this rotating.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
These are the sort of edgelands of this place.
Northland Road sign, with all the sort of polygons kind of
Yeah.
mashed up. It looks, and then oh, I see there's another computer god up there, like
Yeah.
on hands and knees, crouching in front of an iPhone. Oh, it's an iPad. God of
Yeah, it's a crushed iPad. Yeah.
iPad. On like a wooden floor.
Yeah. Also, I made some like dust texture on this 3D scanner because I want to make it more like a fossil. Yeah.
That's really interesting. Yeah, and I like how the polygons start to break up around the edges. It's like a really
Yeah.
it's a very photogrammetry type effect.
Yeah, there's that's a restriction of New Art City, in that we have to crunch it down to fit the low memories, but it ended up being really creative because we thought, let's see how much we can break this mesh
Yeah.
until it's just recognizable.
Definitely the like model optimization is something I've talked a lot about in these tours. Is this a strawberry? This little guy?
It could be. It's enough of fish Christmas stocking, I think.
Has one big eye with a little white paint splotch eyebrow, and it's mostly red, and it is in kind of a strawberry shape with like a green kind of stem on the top. But I guess now I'm looking at it head on because I can see it's mirrored, that it has eyes on either side of it. But from one side, it looks like a little face.
Hmm.
We have another fish Christmas stocking over here. This has more of like a clownfish kind of palette, I think. Has more like blobby protuberances. Looks like there's like a gray hand with a mitten coming off of it. It's in like kind of burnt oranges with these little bubbles on it.
Yeah. Yeah, we were definitely I mean, this is the contrasts, the architectural, like fossil type landscape, because it's just these sort of biomorphic, ridiculous forms that are existing.
Totally. Okay, I'm going back towards the post box. So we've been over here.
Yeah, it's kind of, if you go 180,
Yeah.
and there's kind of two more routes going past the film.
There's another god of computing sitting on like a pile of blankets,
Yeah.
holding a laptop up in front of them. And there is one of the fish creatures. That one looks more like that looks very fossil. It looks like kind of like a seashell or something.
It's a hamster. I see what you mean about a seashell, though.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to like see how much my visual descriptions match up with the intention or don't. Oh, I see a couple more hamsters that look much more hamster-like next to it. One of them looks kind of like that sad cat meme. It's like with like the super watery eyes. It's like a white.
Yeah. It does. I know what you mean.
And I see the closed MacBook with the iPhone on top of it, also sitting in the bed.
We wanted the placement of that to be in front of the film, because it's so tempting when you're watching a film to just get out your laptop and start researching the film on Wikipedia.
Oh, I love that the god is facing the screen or facing its own screen and the other screen and ignoring the film.
I like Wenhui's face on that one.
Oh
It
yeah,
really make
way
out
that
your features.
photogrammetry does faces is so funny. It's really like PS2, even in the best of circumstances.
Yeah, I love that. And it's sad because I think photogrammetry is going to get better, isn't it? And more, quote, realistic.
Yeah, whenever I try to get a realistic scan, I fail still, luckily.
That's good.
We've got the kebab shop. Yeah, the kebab shop window has the glitchy pictures of the food, but then it kind of disappears after that. this glass looks really cool.
Mm.
It's very like it has a lot of kind of triangles. It's very like icy, crystally.
This store calls Sunny actually.
Mm. It's harder to scan things in on a really sunny day.
Yeah.
It's so interesting how light can interfere with them. Yeah. Le Café des Hamsters.
Oh, you read it well. This was not kind of premeditated. It was more responding to seeing those chairs in the scan and thinking we can put some hamsters on there.
I did not even recognize these chairs as chairs, but I can see, yeah, these like little purple petals both facing this flat surface. I can now kind of recognize them as chairs. And you have these like weird stalactites underneath that must be the legs of the chairs. It
Mm.
must be like those Eames shell chairs, right? With the like wooden legs.
Oh yeah, they're
Yeah.
hamsters of class.
3 strange hamsters floating above it. This one looks very much like remember the old Deep Dream like dogs from that must have been from like 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, a potted tree. Another fish.
That one is a girl, actually. I know what you mean. It does look like a fish. I guess this is my kind of aesthetic, but that one emerged with. I forgot to say the AI program we used was Artbreeder at the time. It was before DAL, and it's really just like a hacked down version of it. And I remember checking the homepage for it. And you know, I'd made all my hamsters and everything, and I checked the homepage for it, and I just noticed the only thing that people are making is just like conventionally attractive women's faces, and it was just like millions of these images, anime, and it was so gratuitous that I thought, well, what happens if I keep ramming up the dial for a female face? So I would redo it again and again and again, and that's what happened. That's the result of it. And I thought, well, that must be the ultimate female attractive face.
It's I mean it's really funny because it's like it's very blobby. Like there's this kind of like mushroom shape on top, and then it has kind of like a stocking foot on the bottom, and there's this kind of like pale white skin tone going around the edges, and then there's a lot of like red. It's very painterly,
Yeah.
and it kind of stretches around. I can see it. It's like from this direction, it almost looks like a dog's snout, but then in the back, there's like another bulbous part coming off, almost like a ponytail. But I love that this was, or like hearing more about it conceptually is like it really adds a lot to it for me.
I see a face there as well.
Yeah.
Very attractive. We were looking at some paintings as well, actually, when we started. We were looking at the Japanese painter Itsumi Kato and the British painter Francis Bacon. Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
I love that mashup. We have another spinning computer god up here sitting on the laptop, or is that an iPad?
Is that
Sitting,
iPhone?
sitting cross-legged, and then there's an iPhone sitting up in front of it, but I can't tell what it's sitting on. It's sitting on this kind of like floating blob. Then we have another one on the other side of the road.
Yeah, but this one is full of like blood.
Yeah, most of the texture or like a
Yeah.
lot of it is kind of whited out, and it's floating above us, so it's kind of hard to get into it and see it. It's rotating quickly, so it's always kind of just out of reach. And there are a lot of these like white cracked patterns on it, almost like cracked plaster. Like half of the body is
Yeah.
whited out, kind of like inside of it now. And like the closer you get, the harder it is to tell what it's supposed to be. But you can only get these little snatches of it, like holding a laptop in front of them. Oh yeah, there's a good view.
Like ash. I always think that red part on the top of the head is lipstick.
I
Like
was
someone's-
seeing lipstick
yeah.
too, yeah. And the face is like really elongated out in front, and the hair is like pushed really far back.
Yeah.
So on like the left side or on the right side of it, it's this plaster texture, and then there's a little lipstick on it, and then on the left side, you can see the god wearing the green t-shirt, and you can see the iPhone next to it.
Did you ever notice the lipstick or think of that Wenhui? Because we realized I never pointed that out.
No, I think this is my first time mention this lipstick scene. But actually, the green T-shirt, I think there's some words. It's I'm a psycho, and the character is holding an echo and smoking on my green T-shirt.
Oh, I love that. I mean, it's interesting because when I see kind of like a representation of a person who seems like the artist in the space, I kind of make the logical assumption that it's you, but multiple times it's like, no, this is a character, this is an avatar, this is an individual. I mean, I think that's really interesting. Ooh, and I see there's text in the sky.
Yeah, it's I don't think anyone, or we would expect anyone to read it in this fashion. We can always send people the story if they want, but this is the story that goes along with this world and how the person encountered this world.
And you can
their
put the text in the catalog as well. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it looks pretty fun.
it's a short story.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you
Yeah,
go
I really
right
like how
as well.
interdisciplinary it is, that you have these experiments along with films, along with sound, along with writing, that it's really like cohesive.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it's hard to just stay to one medium, I think.
Yeah, could never do such a thing. Is there anything that I haven't touched on?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think there was one more street. So if you're able to find your way back to the hamster cafe with the girl at the end, you're going in the right direction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boing.
If I had more time, I would pay more attention to the sound, I think.
Makes sense. Having any sound is helpful.
I think it's turn left
Oh yeah.
and go straight. Yeah. The fog is heavy.
Yeah, I'm seeing some like floating low poly shapes that almost look like they're pulled off of a building or like the street. I can see the like street lines on it.
Mm.
Now the floor
Scraps.
feels glassy as well. Oh, now we're passing the hamsters again. Wait, did I go the wrong way?
Just here.
Oh no, this is Cafe des Artistes. Okay.
Yeah.
And these children's faces are projected onto these spheres.
So we wanted
I
our own
suppose these are
cafe.
the artists.
Yeah. Many years ago.
Yeah, if you look up, there's another street lying on the sky. Yeah, like upside down. I think that's it. Yeah, that's everything.
I think so, yeah.
Claire is like baring their teeth in a very childlike way, and Wenhui is smiling and missing one tooth.
Uh, Wenhui is cute. I look like a demon.
Well, I suppose it's fitting to end in Café des Artistes.
That's good.
I think so.
Is there anything else you want to add before I finish recording?
Should we show the film or not, Claire?
I
Like,
mean,
should we? Yeah.
I think the audience have seen that there's a glimpse of the film, but they're welcome to check
Okay.
out the
Mm.
full thing if they've got the patience.
Okay. Cool.
So first I'll ask you to introduce yourselves and tell me where you're calling from. So first I'll ask you to introduce yourselves and tell me where you're calling from.
Hi,
My
I'm
name.
oh,
Adrian, you first. You first.
hi, I'm Adrian Pijuan. I am an artist, the artist that created this exhibition. I'm calling in from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
My name is Wade. I am the founder and curator at Silicon Valley, and I am based in San Francisco, but calling in from New York City today.
And what is the title of your piece, Adrian?
The title is Believe in Us, but Not Too Much.
And when did you make it?
When did I make it? Is this
Like that, it was like a. I feel like it was like a.
it's last year, like a year ago, right?
Like it was 2021.
Oh, wow. 2
I
years
think.
ago.
Let me just double check. I can tell you exactly. Hang on. I hope my. Wait.
Let me see.
Oh my God! I just typed in the wrong URL. I thought that I lost my domain. I was like losing my mind.
Was it not 2022? This is terrible that I don't know.
I feel like it was earlier. I think it was the spring of 2021.
March 16th, 2022. So just recently turned
a
one.
year ago.
It's like this is obviously something that I could pull up myself, but I ask this question and it ends up being a portal, or like so many people have been like just sort of like painting their own associations with whatever time they made it. But yeah, it is wild that that was a year ago.
I that is like really mind blowing to me. Like it was only a year ago.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a brain. That is like a total time warp.
And Adrian, tell me more about your workflow to create it. And so, I mean, obviously, and Wade, your like curatorial workflow and how you collaborated.
Yeah, so I have been working with themes of the paranormal for a long time, about a decade now. And I have this massive archive, both of physical books and documents that are sort of behind the camera right now, like spilling off of several bookshelves onto the floor of my studio. And also this large archive of paranormal websites and other information, just like stuff on the internet. And I'd been wanting to do something with this archive for a long time. Its fragility really is something that continues to be concerning to me. Every time I go back to it's actually a Google document with my list of paranormal websites. Like, there's 10 more links that are broken, and I go to them on Wayback Machine, and they sort of half load, and assets are missing. So I had a lot of assets that I had downloaded from these websites onto my computer as well. And again, my initial thought was to do something more archival, but I'm not a super great archivist. And also what's interesting is a lot of these paranormal websites will occasionally be like, all right, we're going to be the ultimate archive of all the paranormal information on the internet. And you see the person sort of give up on that after a couple months, because there's too much to you have to dedicate a lifetime to it. So I became more interested in capturing the spirit of the material rather than presenting like a true archive of the material. But it was great. I hadn't had like a good venue for doing this because it didn't make sense as a physical gallery installation to me. So when the opportunity to do this at New Art City came along, it was perfect, because a lot of this is material from the internet that I want to continue to live on the internet in a different form.
That's so beautiful. I mean, it really like relates to the kind of themes about archiving that we're talking about. And I mean, I'm getting involuntary memory from hearing you talk about it and showing some of these sites. And Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that there's an impulse in this community to try to make a totalizing archive of something that is so varied and so subjective, and so it kind of like captures the subjectivity of the archivist. um, so I mean, that's interesting that like the things that you're installing here are sort of something you've been collecting for a long time, but I'm curious how like this is kind of later pandemic, but like, was this like a result of the pandemic, or how did the pandemic impact your work? And I guess the other question is like, what was your practice like before?
Maybe
prac-
well, before you jump in, Adrian, like one
Yeah.
thing that I'll say is that I think like on a couple different notes, like first of all, I think that I had been seeing this body of work that Adrian was making develop over the course of a number of years. And it really did feel like it needed a moment to be told. And so in thinking about like an archive, like I was really concerned with, presenting this information in a phenomenological way that felt true to how Adrian experienced, encountered, and had been working with the work, for years. So that I think was like definitely, at least on my side, curatorially was the aim, like, was again, like not to be like a totalizing or like, totality of archive, but yeah, again, to be something that like you could enter into and that like the experience spoke the story. And just related to, I'll say this just really quickly on the pandemic. Silicon Valley was started right before the pandemic, about like literally like 3 or 4 months before the pandemic struck. And it definitely gave like wind to the sails in the sense that like people cared about being on their computer and looking at art together on their computers in ways that they hadn't before. And I think that, as part of that, like to me, for myself at least, and just like, vaguely helping Adrian to organize this, I really, this work was all him, but, I think that a lot of there definitely was an impetus more so than before to create something really enriching online in a way that I don't think that I felt the like urgency of pre-pandemic. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Or it's like, I think one of the themes that I've been uncovering with this question is that like, there are some people who are showing virtually out of necessity because they can't show in a gallery. But I think the story that like, I had this body of work for many years and I wasn't sure where to put it, and this ended up being a really authentic venue for it. The fact that it's like, it's not necessarily born out of necessity, it's actually born out of sort of the new ability to do installation in this way. So I think that's really cool. Thank you, Wade. But yeah, I would love to hear sort of more about what your practice is like offline and online, Adrian. Like, had you ever shown in a virtual space before?
Yes, I had done a show with Deformal Gallery before this, but that was more of a browser, like a web page, rather than a virtual space.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a long online practice. Before this, I had in 2013 developed a performance character named Dr. Howard, who's a paranormal researcher, ufologist, and he actually shows up in this show, a 3D scan of his face. And I did some live performances with Dr. Howard, but he mostly existed online. He had a YouTube channel, Instagram account, and wrote a couple articles for websites. And so I had this long, and it was very much the videos were very much designed to live on YouTube and sort of exist in the YouTube ecosystem. Like I can't imagine in a similar way, I can't imagine like exhibiting those videos. I have other video art that does make sense in a gallery space and short films, but Dr. Howard's videos were very much YouTube videos, and that's where they live. And he has his own web page as well. So like he had this whole sort of online world built up of these different components. Interestingly, I did a live performance as Dr. Howard the week before lockdown in a gallery that was so packed that it was like it was standing room only, and like nobody else could come in the door. And it was like such one of the best moments of my life. It was so much fun. It went so well. And like guest musicians and stuff. It was like this whole spectacle. And then I was like, I'm going to do this every week forever. And then, you know, we had 3 years of COVID. So it was funny because that project was sort of moving to be more in person, and then sort of shifted back to being digital. But I do have this long digital and online practice.
It feels very authentic to the internet to have this this identity not kind of exist in a single avatar, but be kind of like plural across all of these channels. That's really, really cool. And how long had it been before you started the accessibility stuff that you had returned to your space? And like, what did it feel like to come back?
I've returned a couple times over the years, but usually just to kind of like check in if I'd included it in a portfolio or something. This was the first time that I really came and spent a lot of time in it. And I don't know. I don't know that I have something like really profound to say about it, except that I love it and I'm proud of it. And it's like, it's really nice to come across it again.
It's a perfectly reasonable answer. Have you been back in a while, Wade? Did you check it out before this?
Yeah, I did actually. And it's one thing that I think is really beautiful about the space is that just like our memory, like just in the same way that our memory is like incomplete and fragmented, and we kind of like surprise ourselves, I feel like this space surprises me too every time I enter. And every time I enter, it's been a while, so like I misremembered where things were placed. I also know that Adrian's been updating it a little bit, and it, every time I enter, you kind of get that like strange disorienting feeling, like when you get back to your house after a vacation and you're like, did I leave that glass out on the counter? Like, was somebody here? And I think that that's very intentional, or not intentional, but rather that is a inherent affect of this kind of space based on the way that Adrian has so like thoughtfully constructed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like virtual spaces are spaces, and like having a memory of it is it's so particular. And like I've seen a lot of people like get lost in their talk about like getting lost in their own spaces, and that happened to me like live during a performance once.
Yeah, it's so real.
Yeah.
It's totally real. And I think that as well, like that kind of experience also really closely speaks to the nature of this information that Adrian is working with and the nature of the material. And to me, I find like I am just so incredibly proud of this show on behalf of Adrian, because I think that it accomplishes everything that we talked about and everything that he was attempting to do like so flawlessly. I like couldn't imagine an upgrade or an alteration that does that better than it's already being done. I think that technically, formally, it's a really excellent work.
I have one more question, and you touched on the fact that this is itself an archive, but I'm curious, like, how do you approach archiving in your own work? And I'm curious to hear your answer to this question as well, Wade. Like, how do you return to old files? Do you like resurrect them and reformat them? Do you revisit them for personal reasons? Like, how does that work for you?
Well, for example, I had a show in Mexico City just a few months ago, and I resurrected several old videos for that show, but I've like learned more about video editing since then. So I went back and like I did like I'm always doing, I guess the answer is I'm always doing like director's cuts of my own work. And I'm, yeah, always like fiddling with my own archive to improve things if they get shown again. And I like the sort of malleability of digital files that way, where you can do that. And as you grow as an artist or learn new tricks, you can improve or adapt them to better suit where you're at as an artist.
Yeah, it's really beautiful that digital media is not fixed. And it's a cool thing about New Art City shows where they like exist in whatever state you last edited in them, but they can always shift.
I think that from my side, I approach the idea of archiving from a research point of view, in the sense that I, as a curator, I constantly am looking for information about past shows. And there are two things that I need in order to understand that, you know, what I think about is like, if I'm looking for a show, if I'm trying to understand a show, I need installation images of what it looked like. I need a text that describes the intent, like it could be a press release even. Those are kind of the core things. Like if I have 5 images and a press release, like I can understand a show. I can figure out what the artist's intent was. And I understand that resources are limited and time is limited, and I am not the kind of person who is ever going to like maintain maintain an archive to the level of conservatorial rigor that I like know exists in the world. But what I do try to maintain is something that is a living, usable research record. So for all of the shows, there are at least 10 installation images that show like wide virtual shots of the space. There is a text on the website that describes what we were thinking about. And there are links to social media. The rest is kind of like right now, a lot of it's archived on siliconvalley.org. I hope that doesn't go anywhere, like as long as Wix doesn't like explode. And on New Art City, of course. So I hope you guys don't explode either. But I think that, you know, at the bare minimum, like I understand this work also to live through the expanded space of the like expanded internet artwork, right? Like the work is not just the work. The work is every version of the work. The work is every image of the work. The work is every tweet about the work. All of that kind of forming a constellation that comprises the meaning that, you know, the artist really, you know, that all are kind of extraneous, but like, you know, can't really be extricated too far away from, you know, the work. And that's a really hard thing to archive and like document, but I think it's important to try.
I totally agree.
And so, I mean, at least I hope that like, you know, through some kind of linking, hyperlinking situation that maintains some form of integrity. But again, obviously, like it's only been a year. Like, who knows what's going to happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And so I appreciate having this conversation because these are important things to think about.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a first overture to thinking about like what is a 5 or 10-year vision for preserving these artworks, and like documentation in this kind of sense, I feel like is an important component of that. We materialize on this flashing desert with all of these, it's like there's clip art floating around and spinning, there's a spinning UFO, there are these really low res like lightning GIFs, big red text that says classified, and an alien laying on the ground who's kind of writhing. What can you tell me about what we're seeing right now, Adrian?
Yeah, so we arrive in the space inside of a crashed UFO. Presumably, we're one of the occupants of that UFO. And there's sort of other fragments, 3D models of UFO debris scattered around. You know, maybe this is the Roswell crash site or one of the other famous crash sites. That's sort of all of them together as like a dream space. And then we sort of are looking at this collage in front of us that's comprised of assets and materials that I pulled from my archive of websites about paranormal topics. And mixed in with it are redacted government documents about UFOs, which are in there both because of their aesthetics, but also because of the way that they match my my feelings about this material in general, where there's pieces that are redacted and missing. Some of them I've manipulated, like I've removed the UFO from one of the UFO photos in a government document, so you can like see through it to see the ongoing collage behind it. And yeah, I mean, the collage is very much like, I don't even know if collage is the right word for it, is it's meant to be explored and viewed from multiple angles. And I spent a lot of time sort of arranging things so that it would be visually interesting to move through, rather than just see, like, it's sort of a flat two-dimensional image when you first see it, but then as you move through it, it expands as you're exploring the components of this this archive, or yeah, the
I
pieces
love
that
the
I
way
pulled
they're
from.
animated, so you can't like, you're not required to grab onto each one. There's one that just keeps like flying through. It looks like you recorded the keyframes with your like mouse movement. It's very like human, like almost like it's walking around. And I can see now, yes, we're surround like we start in the middle of like 3 shards of a crashed spacecraft. And I see some like red rocks around too. It has a very like New Mexico kind of vibe.
Yeah, one thing that I'll like add thinking about this space is, well, first you're kind of walking along a sandy desert floor, but all of the materials feel very incomplete or feel fragmented. They're not meant to be read top to bottom, just the same way that this material, a lot of it is not fabricated, I would say, but like the nature of this kind of material is very emotional. There's a lot of like filling in the gaps in your head just based on kind of assumptions. There's a lot of, I think, like when I like honestly, when you see like an unclassified government document about flying saucers or old news report, you almost don't need to read the story. You can, the story kind of happens in your head. You kind of like all of these things, you understand them without having to read them top to bottom, if that makes sense, which I think is important.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really great that it's mirrored in the landscape. I'm loving this like flaming green alien conspiracy text with like a transparent diagram overlaid. There's a like low res like spinning globe, this little sphere thing. I want to go inside the sphere.
A lot
See.
of the aesthetics, I think, replicate or speak to like early web 1.0 and early 2.0 like internet aesthetic, especially in like the file quality, in the colors and the textures. You mentioned like an alien conspiracy like title that's blinking and has fire coming out of it, and that's like it's very specifically kind of from that early internet era.
And one thing I want to say is the age that I am, like, this is the internet that I grew up with, right? So part of it really does refer to my own memories, my own first experiences on the computer. Yeah.
And in many ways, like the clip art on the sites that you're going back to are probably in this aesthetic as well, or like there must be a lot of Web 1.0 in there.
Yes, there is a lot of it is, I mean, the 90s had such a ufology boom because of things like the X-Files.
Mm-hmm. So we're walking up towards a canyon. There's an alien who's kind of gesturing for us to go further. There are a couple of owls up above, and there's a sign that says, "Warning, U.S. Air Force installation, no drone zone, photography is prohibited." And there's some floating text that says, "Nature rejects the naivete that seeks absolute truth."
So beautiful. I really love that sentiment.
It's so good.
And I'm so glad you included that, Adrian. One thing that I definitely want to point out here as well is that as you enter this part of the space, you kind of go, it's like you're entering a canyon. There are rocks on both sides and they kind of tower above you. And the owls that Sammy mentioned are kind of peeking out from behind the rocks, like they're looking at you. I know that the owl is a really important symbol for many reasons. Adrian, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that particular symbol and what it means.
Yeah, so in the narrative of UFO abductions, a lot of people won't remember the experience at first and later recall it through regression hypnotherapy. And instead of recalling the alien abduction, they'll have what are called screen memories. And frequently owls stand in place for the extraterrestrial beings. So people have memories of like, oh, I was walking in the woods and saw owls, but I can't remember exactly when that was. And that'll frequently be like a, then under hypnotherapy, they'll remember that it was aliens and not owls. And these owls, this is sort of a fun, while we're talking about archiving, the owls are all kind of like melted looking. And it's because they're AI generated. And it's funny to me that, in the years since we've done this show, how much like consumer accessible AI image generation has evolved. So they of themselves are sort of like a record of like the really early, like the first wave of websites where you could go and enter prompts and get AI images for free. And they're like, I really liked that aesthetic because, if they're standing in for a memory of an extraterrestrial, they should look kind of odd. But they captured this moment of like when all my friends were making AI images for the first time, and the aesthetic of AI images from that moment.
That was something, one of the unexpected themes I've encountered in these interviews is like many more people than I realized were trying out AI, and there's so much material from like the transition from the GAN era to the Stable Diffusion era. And I didn't even clock that these were AI generated, but now that I look at them, you can kind of tell.
Yeah. Oh, and all the quotes come from primary source documents in the archive. There's a few other pull quotes sort of hovering in the space as we go through.
Oh, that's incredible. Is this Dr. Howard?
Yeah, so we arrive at Dr. Howard at the end of the canyon, a 3D scan of his face. And
so one thing else, before we get into Dr. Howard, I want to mention one other thing that was complicated and I hadn't seen before. Adrian did it, which is the searchlights above that are moving through the space. It really adds this effect of like something is going on, something is happening. It adds a sense of scale and makes you feel smaller. It illuminates certain things in interesting ways. Like for instance, there is a UFO flying overhead that at the end of the canyon goes over the giant Dr. Howard head and kind of like lights it eerily from different angles as the lights move through.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah,
this
that
was
is
like
really impressive. And it's sort of making this red canyon look like glowing magma kind of. The breathing effect when we were sitting back in front of the owls was really cool. And you did do scale really well. Like you feel like enveloped by it, which can be kind of hard to do in virtual space. And like, so Dr. Howard's head, your like eye line is right about at his teeth. So he's really huge.
Yeah, this really impressed me technically because I think lighting in virtual space is so difficult. That to have this like moving roving light that works really well and meshes really well with the fog atmospheric textures. It's really affecting, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
And I always sort of hope that people will enter the next area by walking through the head rather than around it, though I have no way of knowing whether people do that or not.
I felt invited to do so because he's like completely blocking the path. I guess
Yeah.
I should also describe what Dr. Howard looks like, or do you have, or like, are there things about the character that you want to like identify?
Um, yeah, the character always has this wig on. It's always the same wig so that I could have different hair, but that was sort of what was identifying. And it was sort of just like a goofy idea originally, but then ended up being super effective for me because even to this day, when I put that wig on, I like immediately become him and transition into his headspace. Um, he also has a pair of glasses that he always wears, but I couldn't, the 3D scanning that I used would have just made those like smushed against his face. So I didn't wear the glasses for these. So he was missing that. But yeah, the wig is sort of the most identifiable part of Howard, other than maybe his outfits. He wears like goofy ties and like a sort of ill-fitting blazer.
And I mean, the look on his face is pretty priceless. The eyes are like pretty wide, and it's like it's a faint smile, but I wouldn't describe it in smile-like terms. Like his teeth are showing for sure. But I'm also kind of curious, like, what is he like as a person?
So Howard is my way of believing everything, like sort of taking the like, I want to believe and just making it, I believe, so that when interacting with this material, I could just like fully accept it with zero agnosticism, even like just full on belief, whatever paranormal material I encounter. He's like very positive, very credulous, maybe a little gullible and naive. Yeah, very there was a lot of like physicality to the performance. Like he's sort of always like tripping over himself and like dropping things. But
Oh, that's
yeah.
incredible. I'm so glad I asked.
And there's also, I mean, not to go too far into this, but I think that there's a lot, like, in speaking to what you were saying, Adrian, about like belief and like, and Dr. Howard being your vehicle for belief, there is so much overlap, I think, in terms of how Howard mapped to your own journey or experience, or I don't think that that can really be understated. I also think that it's important context to know that like there was a long period of time where many people didn't know like if Dr. Howard was a joke or how serious it was, or if it was a real person, or what have you. And Adrian operated very legitimately in that way, and so I think that like the audience perception of Dr. Howard is a really crucial part of the story.
Oh, that's
To this
yeah,
day,
that's so incredible.
he gets questions on YouTube and I still answer them as Howard.
Oh, that's incredible. And I mean, I love the way that the character has like a private purpose for your research and also kind of has this like expansive public identity. So we go through Howard's mouth, and this like rotating GIF of a tiny green alien like hitting an enormous bong is one of my favorite images on the whole internet. And then there's a dancing alien in the middle, and then there's another like animated transparent PNG of a person in an alien costume.
I would like to clarify and just point out that the alien is not in the center, is not just dancing. The alien is in fact twerking, and looks good doing it too.
It does. I wasn't sure whether to describe that as twerking.
Yeah, it is. The alien is twerking.
Okay, good. Thank
This
you.
is, yeah, and if you come out of the head and turn around and look back inside, I mean, this is I mean, that's wonderful. But I meant like further though I did spend a lot of time doing that. Like so we can get a view of the inside of the head with all the
Oh, I
components.
see. Oh, right. I see.
I do
The other
love
direction.
how a 3D head looks from the inside.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, this is just sort of like, this is how my brain feels after like a long day of, reading and absorbing paranormal material, just in a little composition.
Yeah, I'm saving that screenshot for sure.
So one thing, like maybe while we're like, like about to transition spaces here to talk about is the title of the show a little bit more.
Totally. Yeah, that's a good story.
Because I think that like Believe in Us but Not Too Much is a really, like, there are exhibitions where titles matter, and then there are exhibitions where like titles really matter. And I think that the title of the show is really important, really brilliant, in fact, and speaks to all of the different modes of like belief and knowledge making that Adrian is accessing throughout the work. I don't want to say too much yet though. Adrian, maybe you could talk a little bit about what Believe in Us but Not Too Much means to you.
Yeah, again, like a lot of the material and the quotes in the show, it comes from a primary source. It comes from a abductee named Herb Shermer, who was a policeman in Nebraska in the 60s. And he sort of similarly had these strange experiences, missing time, things like that, and then eventually underwent regression hypnotherapy to remember his abduction experiences. And he had one experience in particular where the aliens took him onto a craft, like showed him some advanced technology, I think took him somewhere and then brought him back and dropped him off. And as they were dropping him off, one of the extraterrestrials came up to him and said, "You should believe in us, but not too much." And I love that so much. And it's sort of like a personal mantra when I'm not Howard, for thinking about this material. And I think it's this has become less an issue now, but there was a moment where ufology and conspiracy stuff got really mixed up with like right-wing politics in the US during the Trump era. And it really made me sad because there's not anything like intrinsically linking those things. It was really more that like sort of radical right-wing extremist groups were recruiting from ufology and conspiracy groups, much in the same way that like the Heaven's Gate cult recruited from those groups, just because it's like, you have these people that are interested in this sort of alternative version of reality and like very open to ideas. And so they're very, I don't know the right word, but they're easy to recruit, perhaps.
Susceptible, amenable. Yeah, it's interesting because I remember the story that you told about cults recruiting people from health food stores, that like nothing is intrinsically linking either of these things to far right extremism except the sort of receptivity of the subject.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate would send recruiters to health food stores. And it's just like, and in the 90s, like, like organic food was like a radical idea. And like, if you shopped at a health food store, you were sort of like a free thinker, right? Like interested in alternative ideas about reality. And so, in the US, we can be very like extremist about things. And there became this moment where it was like, if you believe in aliens, you're also like, believe in QAnon. And like, I don't know. And it was really bothering me because I think we should be receptive to ideas of other dimensions or extraterrestrials or whatever. Like I prefer a reality where these things could exist, just in terms of like living, like it even makes living my day-to-day life like more interesting and enjoyable and possible to imagine these alternative realities. But so it's sort of like it's both like a personal mantra and a sort of ethos that I live by and hope to encourage in the world of like, you can experiment with belief and you can, I don't know, you can believe in aliens and still get the COVID vaccine or whatever. Like you can do whatever you want. And sometimes it's just fun to imagine that Bigfoot is real. And like, it doesn't have to be a political statement or like affect your life. It can just be like, I enjoy thinking about the possibility of Bigfoot.
Yeah. And like, I think to me, the part that resonates the most is this idea of both and that is present in this show and that Adrian was just speaking to. That's something that just personally, I just like that's one of the reasons why I think I resonate with this work so much, is that both and attitude, that kind of mindset of you can have these competing, conflicting things coexisting at the same time. We don't live in a binary society. Life does not exist as black and white. There's a whole, for lack of a better term, gray area, like in between, where all of this can live and where rich imagination takes place and where synthesis happens, like really, really important synthesis. And I think that the other thing, that is really important is the aspect of fun, of playfulness, of silliness. Like we were just talking about like a twerking alien and like an alien ripping a bong. And it's those symbols like may seem like trite or like just silly, but they're really important vehicles in this work. They remind us that things shouldn't be so serious all the time. They remind us that we can play, we need to play, we need to imagine outside of like prescribed ideas about even like what aliens are. It's important that we don't just think about them in this monolithic like grays and flying saucers kind of context. We need to imagine aliens twerking and aliens smoking weed and doing all of these things, because that's an important part of our cultural generation. It's an important simulation pathway for thinking through I don't want to say like paranormal, but like the extra normal, which like whether we like it or not exists alongside of us every day. Like there's weirdness inherent to the experience of being a human on this planet with other people, and particularly again thinking about like belief, extremism, the far right and the far left movements that are polarizing this country that we live in. I wouldn't speak to the other countries, but but in America, definitely we're living through. And this show just feels like such an apt metaphor for all of it. Like in this space, I feel understood. I feel seen. I feel like aspects of ways that I personally view the world are expressed and like make sense to me as a person who grew up on the internet, who grew up, maybe I'm a bit younger than Adrian, like who grew up maybe like more in kind of a post-truth, like post-social media environment where truth is totally relative and based solely on perception. And this show like wades through all of that. Like you can, like whether or not there's an answer at the end, that's not the point. The point is that this show gives you the phenomenological experience of like wading through contemporary reality and grappling with it in a lens that is so specifically Adrian. And just like every time I enter this space, like it just like I feel like a gong is being hit in my head. Like like I walk in, I'm like bong, like this all makes sense to me. It's just kind of like, that's such a weird way of describing it, but that's how it feels.
It's this like
Really,
synthesis of aesthetics across these eras of the web, finally like reaching a 3D web. But it's such an interesting because it's like I feel like the Web 2 era is all of these like mashups of like old aesthetics and new aesthetics. I will say also that we're seeing a bunch of different like images and diagrams of UFOs. There's one really sick chart of a bunch of different UFOs that have been sighted in different places. It's like presented in a like a 4x6 grid of these small black and white line drawings, and the background is transparent. But there are like a ton of these around, and the text in front of us says UFO abduction and the Greys. I hadn't heard of Greys before. Let me see text that says the UFO Enigma, and there's some
I mean, that's
more.
another important thing too, right? It's like and that's something that I think that this show speaks to and why it's so important to even like do this exercise of archiving and relating the story and describing, because like even in these pools of collective knowledge about phenomena that are beyond individual understanding, right? Like aliens are really a group think kind of phenomena that are based on many people coming together and sharing stories and myths and perceptions. For instance, there's a quote right here on screen as we're looking that says, aliens and humans here to experience emotion in the illusion of linear time. And that really speaks to the whole kind of experience that's happening here. And like, as you're saying that, you're like, oh, I hadn't even heard of the Greys before, like, it just goes to show the kind of ways that this like almost folklore is preserved for the future and told, because there is something new that people in all of, like, for instance, I didn't know about the owl symbol. I thought when I learned about that, when Adrian was telling me about abduction experiences, like, that was so important. And then I started seeing owls in all of these cultural references and in my own life and these things, and I think that it's important to have, or there's an important mode of like semiotic connection that's happening in this show of, again, synthesis of all of these ideas and all of these symbols that create kind of like a shaky but cohesive whole. Like, this isn't a show where any of the individual parts make sense, just as any of the individual accounts of alien abductions or paranormal sightings or astral projection or what else you might have, like, aren't understandable in isolation. They're so fantastic and like beyond belief. But together as a cultural narrative, as a phenomenon that has been persisting in various ways for centuries, like, we can even look back at like ancient, like Aztec, Maya, indigenous artifacts that reference sky people or sun people or what have you. These are mythologies that seem to be inherent to human experience across time, across cultures, across like across continents. And you kind of feel that in this show, this kind of cohesive collection of like, what the fuck, for lack of a better, way to describe it.
And now we were beckoned inside of this building by another alien, and there's some like spacecraft parts that are up on these little like pedestals or poles. They're like mounted, and then there are these big like glass tubes full of like aliens and alien organs and these like green intestine like shapes.
Yeah, this room is the research laboratory, the test site, if you will. There's definitely a feeling of being inside. This is definitely an interior space. It's a little bit bare, as one might expect to find in a government offsite storage facility, secret warehouse, alien architecture that's simple and, forms that are understandable to humans. There is also a really interesting thing happening inside where like you get a little bit of the light from outside, the flashing searchlights kind of glaring through the open windows in this laboratory space. And again, that just reinforces the feeling of like having entered somewhere, but something's still kind of going on outside. You can kind of feel the UFO searchlights looking for you.
And the floor is still sand, which makes me think maybe the lab hasn't been visited in some time.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like a bunker, like referencing the bunkers where allegedly materials from Roswell or other crash sites were taken by the government and perhaps still exist, or in New Mexico, the sort of like nuclear storage facilities that are here. Visually, it's like a transition space. It's supposed to be a little bit of a like less busy, sort of a break, like the canyon, as we move from one theme into another theme. Something that I wanted to play with here with the alien bodies, with the writhing intestines, is a concept I think about a lot, about the like there's always this interest in the paranormal literature about like what happened to the bodies of extraterrestrials, but there's never any like sense of like sadness or grief about them. It's always just like, why is the government hiding from them from us? And like, you know, but for me, there's this real like grief of like, what, like, okay, like they've taken these like sentient beings that traveled across the universe and like, you know, dissected them and hidden the parts away somewhere, like assuming that these narratives are true. So I don't know, I wanted to bring that aesthetic in here a little bit. So it's sort of like, it's meant to be like a little bit of like a creepy space as well.
Thank you, Adrienne. Should we go through this? Should we go through this entryway? Oh, this
Yeah.
also looks like a fuselage that was blown apart that we're walking through.
Yeah, so we exit through some other UFO wreckage.
The Greys claim that they know these things will happen because they aren't limited by time flowing in a single direction.
Yeah, so one other thing that I think is important too is like not just like a really static understanding of this material as like obscure cultural artifacts about like extraterrestrial phenomena. This is really work that speaks to fundamental cross-cultural understandings of reality. Like these are explorations not only of, say, quote unquote aliens, but also of time, of experience, of the capacity of the mind, of the limits of the body, you know, that really expand out past, say, what we see on screen right now, which are illustrations of crop circle drawings.
I was
You
gonna say
know,
this looks like a crop circle,
Yeah.
transparent PNG in green.
It's actually a 3D model.
it's
Oh, I
just a really
see.
skinny 3D model.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like tubes, and they're all these like concentric and interlocking circles that are connected by little lines.
So
Yeah, it was
guys,
definitely it was also like playing with what was possible in Norwich City. Like there was so much play that went into creating the show. It was just a really fun platform to work with. And yeah, some things are in there just because, as Wade was saying, it was like a space for play and like imagining these realities and seeing how they could manifest in this space.
Yeah, I think New Art City is really like suitable for experiments. I think that it's a pretty common story. There was like I was kind of trying to see what would work, or like trying to make art with my phone and just like put it all in there. We see some Bigfoot tracks, another crashed UFO. There's an owl, and there's like an archway in stone with like a twinkling sky through it. Should we go through there?
Yeah, we can come back to the UFO.
The yeah, and the like I like the sort of way that you have footprints and like aliens like leading you from one place to the next. Ah, there are two graves like menacing in front of us. There's a bunk bed kind of buried in the sand, and there's like a computer buried in the sand. I see some like flowered wallpaper, some like grainy video of like people surrounding an alien body, like a crayon drawing out the window of this sort of like must be like an abandoned house of like an alien family looking in in at you. It's very like crude.
So this is a recreation of one of my childhood bedrooms where I first started having my own paranormal experiences. I have like all sorts of sleep disorders, one of which is like I experience sleep paralysis very frequently.
Oh my goodness.
And this is the an exploding head syndrome, both of those like at least once a week. And this is the room where all of this started happening, and I started having these, you know, as you do, these visions of shadow people or the other sorts of like typical things you see under sleep paralysis that often are the sorts of experiences that people later re-experience as alien abduction under regression hypnotherapy. So I have this very like personal relationship with this work as well.
Oh, that's
with
fascinating.
this topic.
So we were talking about sleep paralysis and how this can often be like surfaced as like alien abduction memories in regression hypnosis.
Yes. And actually, during my time in my MFA program, I underwent regression hypnotherapy to see if I could experience my early sleep paralysis experiences as alien abductions. And I just say I don't recommend doing that. Is definitely possible. And the hypnotherapy experience was more intense than I thought it was going to be. I'm glad I did it as an artist. I just like, if you're not an artist deeply invested in exploring these topics and you don't kind of want to like fry a part of your brain, then don't do it. But I'm grateful that I did it. So
yeah, that's intense. Intense. We're seeing text that says they're not ghosts, goblins, or figments of the drunk imagination.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote down tons and tons of quotes as I was going through this material. And
they're all so good, and like in this context, they're so like poetic. It's kind of like erasure poetry. The earth is covered with windows into those other unseen worlds.
And that's in front of the portal that leads to the second part of the show.
Yeah, so we see three spacecraft floating above us, and one of them has the red tractor beam, and the portal says, "Take me home."
One other
please.
thing I want to say about this space is that the like reality kind of starts to break apart here. Like there's like rocks that are floating in the sky, and there's like pieces of like twinkling star wallpapers that have been put onto three-dimensional forms. There's a cube and a sphere that are sort of floating as if like the ground is sort of like leaving to go up into the sky, and the sky is coming down into the ground. It's like reality is sort of fragmenting as we get closer to the UFO and perhaps get abducted up into it.
And then we go into one of these UFOs, and I'm on the wrong side of the text. We have another text that says, perhaps the UFO question might even make man undertake studies which could enable him to construct a society which is most conducive to developing a completely human being, healthy in all aspects of mind and body.
Yeah, just pointing to some of the like utopian thinking in the world of the paranormal. Oh, and then there are all kinds of Easter eggs in the show hidden inside of things. I still like forget where they are and encounter them randomly.
That's such a treat. I know that this is such a rich experience. Oh, I collected that one.
You did.
I love, so in this room there are in this room you're inside of a UFO, and the UFO is rotating slowly, so you can see the like circular portholes out into the purple landscape beyond, and inside this is kind of like the gallery space. There is a series of GIFs that Adrian released via Silicon Valley on Get Nuke. And they're available trading on Secondary now.
Yeah, I really like these sort of like rotating like concentric circles all around the inside of the UFO, and I see Dr. Howard swimming in the air, floating above. That's very impressive. It must have been a full body 3D scan that you then animated.
Yes. Yeah.
I also love the transparency on the swimming Dr. Howard. Like it's very, it's really nice touch. It's very ghostly. And I also like these rotating, green concentric circles above. They kind of like are reminiscent of, I don't know, like when you swipe your phone to answer a call, almost like there are aliens in your iPhone or something like that.
No, I
Right.
never-
So I was sitting inside of this and I thought they were rotating all around the inside of the spaceship, but it turns out it's like a cylinder that must be kind of like the tractor beam that draws you up into the spaceships. And I can see they're just rotating around this cylinder. Surrounded by dancing grays, got a headstand, another one who's doing the twist, another one who's doing a bit more like braking and spins. This one's stomping it out. So should we go through and look at each of these artworks? Oh, this one's so cool.
Yeah, that's the giant Dr. Howard head that you see kind of before you enter the UFO. You kind of enter into Dr. Howard's head and then into the laboratory where ultimately you're beamed up afterwards. And I really like this piece because it's kind of like a small diorama of the whole exhibition kind of inside of Howard's head.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and it's like, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the work itself is a 3D model, and this is just a animation exported of the model, and then I think converted into a GIF. It might be a movie file. I don't remember.
Yeah, and so it resembles what we saw in the show, that like inside of the head, like the back is cut out and there's this little desert scene with the red rock arch with like the black void in it, and then there's a really nice flying saucer rotating up in the middle of the head with aliens or I guess they're called grays dancing on top of it. I mean, I think it's really interesting to sort of, now where it's like the expansive world is now kind of being condensed into these single artifacts.
Yeah, and they're very much constructed from the documents and ephemera from those websites and the pieces of my archive. They're sort of meant to be like mini curated portions of the archive.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like I'm seeing this same mechanic with there's the pin board with a bunch of like pieces of paper on it, like documents, and then there are a bunch of them all like floating around, and there's a gray with its hands sort of around the board, and it's just like rotating really quickly. So just like in the full space, you can't really like grab onto anything. It's simply like the fact that the collection is there.
I think, and so when we were at the outset of this show, like the primary, I think, objective or like concern was definitely the exhibition, the 3D space. But then after, I really wanted to experiment with the Tezos blockchain and what it looked like to use like a curatorial experience or use something that is rooted in experience first to then be in support of or like lead to like direct sales for the artist of unique artworks as a result of that process, right? And to try to bring a little bit of more of like a spatialized understanding of encounters with art into blockchain trading. And so I asked, I felt like creating NFTs of an exhibition was a really interesting opportunity to experiment with the kind of condensed and like micro scale of what was possible at that time on the Tezos blockchain. Like we had really specific file upload constraints. And it also, like in the context of an NFT market, it doesn't always make sense to like mint or edition either really large scale projects or like projects in their totality. Like it kind of makes more sense to break them into pieces or create representations of them that are unique to this format. And Adrian, this is what Adrian came back to me with from kind of that thought process. I don't know, Adrian, if you want to talk a little bit more about like, because this is one of your first times creating NFTs, correct?
Yeah, and I liked the idea of like, why would I want to put something on the blockchain? And for me, taking these sort of fragile, disappearing parts of the web and curating them into these little scenes that would then let these assets live on in some way, and maybe eventually we'll move on past the blockchain and somebody will find this and turn it into whatever the web 5 thing, like, but I like taking something from web 1 and sort of translating it into the current idea of what is sort of more permanent, and yeah, again, more about capturing the vibe or the spirit of the archive than like preserving it in a very direct archival way.
And
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like preservation by mutation. And
but also, I would say too that, like, not to say that these works are like also like the derivative of the exhibition. One thing that I was really excited about being able to use a non-fungible token to sell an artwork was that it made it, how do I say this? There was a lot of possibility for selling 3D sculpture and GLB file-based artworks in ways that what I hadn't really seen in earlier marketplaces. So I really was excited about these two works particularly because I also felt like this was like, for the first time in my career, I was able to like directly offer a 3D model for sale, something that people could download, they could play with, they could experience, and they could own in a way that was a little bit more intimate than like what was available previously.
yeah, I mean, this is one of the first NFTs I ever collected. And yeah, I mean, Adrian, have you minted any NFTs since?
I have not, which isn't to say that I wouldn't do it again. I feel like I was just caught up in a few other projects after this, but it is something I'd be interested in pursuing again, especially because I enjoy, like, I've made so many 3D models just for fun that I really enjoy, that either make their way into video works or things or don't. But I have this like huge library of stuff that I've made and collected that I enjoy sort of creating these compositions out of.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really interesting how many files we have on our computers, and it's like curating what makes it out into the world, whether it's through another sort of collection of artifacts or whether it's like on its own. And I think NFTs are really powerful as a way to kind of pull these things out of the archive and like make them accessible. So which of the 3D models were minted? Was Dr. Howard minted?
No, the two heads, the Dr. Howard head with the landscape inside of it and the alien head with the corkboard with all the documents flying around it, were both minted as 3D models. And then the saucer fragments were all minted as like large editions, for I think like very small amounts of Tezos, so like everybody could collect all 4 saucer fragments if they wanted to.
It's really nice. Yeah, and to visually describe these two here, I feel like this one really hits with the kind of NFT aesthetic where there's these like concentric rainbow circles that are like not spiraling outward, but kind of like rippling outward, and then there are two hands in the foreground, and you're sort of in this forest scene, and at the center of this circular rainbow is a very GAN-like kind of evolving shape that looks like it's sort of interpolating between a lot of different flying saucers. And then on the left, welcome to my cyber reality, is like a computer screen, like a very classic CRT with the Windows XP background. And then all of these semi-transparent, like redacted documents are spiraling out of the screen towards you.
I like these pieces because they really like they're real, each of them, I think, really interestingly stands on their own. They also each, like for me, I really love collecting work that I feel like that I feel intimate with, or that I've had an experience with. And so once you've like made it through the odyssey of like going through the whole archive, of moving through the whole space, like these are really, I think they really nicely encapsulate the range of ideas that are being presented. It's a nice little collection. I particularly love the one just to the left, the Bigfoot factor fantasy one with the owls kind of poking up in the background. This is some really like classic OG Dr. Howard content, honestly. I love the like historical nods to Adrian's like, you know, long career. And yeah, this is a nice throwback for me.
Yeah, we're like flying through this like dark forest with like a big moon in the background, and there's like a super pixelated Bigfoot right in the center, and then more of these semi-transparent PNGs are kind of like floating through you, and it keeps saying Bigfoot fact or fantasy. And this hidden truth one that looks kind of like an album cover. It's interesting to see a lot of the assets that we saw in the 3D space kind of condensed into this single resonant object, where we have the same Adrian's bedroom with the sand, and we have these two grays like slowly moving in the center. On the bottom right corner is the green text, the hidden truth, and then we can see the flaming like alien conspiracy rising up in the background, with these other like semi-transparent GIFs sort of fading in and out over the frame, and there's a flying saucer swirling over the top with the like lightning. Yeah, I mean, it's just so great to have the spatialized archive, and then sort of the archival images that are kind of collecting all of these things into a new artifact.
One fun fact, real quick. Those grays, the two-dimensional animated grays in this, that's actually a photograph of me in an alien costume that I made, that I then just manipulated in Photoshop to sort of transform my body into the shape of the classic gray alien.
That very much did look like a human in a gray suit, and that is very special to know that is you in there. I want to go outside the spaceship. Oh yeah, so we have more of the shapes that we saw in the original space, like the three-dimensional crop circle diagram, and the rock arch with the space void in it. Spooky owls. Oh, and there is more to see out here. So there's this huge red rock thing, and then there's a little trapezoidal entrance to it, and we have, this looks like a render. Oh no, it's not. It's still a 3D crop circle that's pressed onto a little space GIF that's made into a cube, and then there's the gray head with the two hands, kind of like wiggling its fingers around the space cube. Oh, and then when you go inside, especially when you're not looking at the crop circle, it feels very, very expansive. This is super like meditative.
Yeah, I liked having a couple like quiet spaces since the show is very busy. I tried to integrate like a couple places where you could sort of take a rest.
Yeah.
I also like the kind of like hopeful, like peaceful note that the show ends on. It's like, you know, you kind of go through an experience of uncertainty or disease or like confusion or transformation or like learning. Like there's something like, as you confront all of these different pieces from the archive, and I don't know, it's really nice to like all of like you kind of moving through this space at the end, you have this feeling of like completeness or of growth that feels really good. Like you leave the show with a really good feeling.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's like, you know, there's something about the image, like kind of takes power out of the chaos and says like we can still make meaning from this like mass of things.
I'm just like looking at the NFTs on object.com as well while we're talking about them, and I had forgotten that all the piece Windows into Unseen Worlds, which is the piece with the aliens, with the alien head holding the archive board, all of the available editions were sold to Tezos legend John for his like special emerging artist collection, which was really exciting. I was really stoked to see such a legendary artist supporting Adrian's work, and also like just recognizing how sick these pieces are. And
I'll update those links so they're.
I realized. Yeah,
Yeah.
talk about kind of the way like link rot being a theme of the original piece. Like, oh, it's like because I mean I remember earlier like seeing Hic et Nunc and I was like, oh right, that's gone now.
Yeah. And that's
Wow,
why
it's
earlier when I said, you know, it's like there is this idea of the blockchain as existing forever, but there's already these instances of platforms going down. And for sure, I mean, the works exist on the blockchain, but you know, now it's suddenly difficult to access them because the previous link to them doesn't work anymore unless they're in your collection already. So
yeah, I mean, I think that was one of the things that really kind of opened my mind about blockchain was when the original Hic et Nunc marketplace went down, and then people basically just remade the front end site basically overnight, and because the archive still existed on chain, and so this is just like a view layer. It feels somewhat different.
yeah.
I will
there
say
any-
that at the time of this recording, there are editions listed by John for 14 Tezos, which is a real steal.
Ooh, I might front run that. I think I need another one of these in my collection.
Yeah, I totally did just now. I was like, oh damn, because I realized I didn't have one in my personal collection, only in the Silicon Valley collection where
Oh, yeah.
there's like an archive of one edition. But I don't know, this is making me think that I think I want to, I don't know, one day maybe we'll auction off the collection. These are super sick. Adrian, what did it how do I ask this question? Did you feel like, I mean, maybe this is me like projecting on my own experience of like completeness kind of coming to the end of this, but like was building this exhibition like cathartic or like summative for you at all? Did you feel like a sense of like, I don't know, like tying it up with a bow?
Absolutely. Yeah. I had a real like gnawing feeling of needing to do something with this material, and this like I feel like this is the show of that. Like I could make more work with that material in the future, but I don't need to. I don't feel this sense of urgency that I felt before because it exists in this format. Really these two formats, the New Art City show and the NFT works, and they're out there, and it's like this. Yeah, this is very much one of those shows that at the end of it, I was like, this is the version of the work. Like it is complete. It is good. I'm happy with it.
The truth is out there.
The truth is out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really special how you used both of these new mediums that are kind of like the component parts of a supposed Web3, this sort of like three-dimensional interactive, and also the like, you know, the blockchain archive, and it feels like a really authentic expression of the work in these spaces, that you're not just like doing it to do it. Do we have any other secret zones that that I wasn't able to find?
There are no other secret zones. I mean, there's some little Easter eggs, like that pixelated Bigfoot is hidden in a couple spots. But we covered the major zones for sure.
Well, dear viewers, I encourage you to explore on your own and find the Easter eggs yourself. And yeah, thank you both so much for making this and for sharing your time with me. I feel very enriched, like coming back to this space with you and hearing all of your thought process. And I'm really grateful that it's like included in this other archive. Hi. So I'm going to start just by asking you like to introduce yourself, tell me where you're calling from, and tell me the name of your piece.
Yeah, my name is Mauricio Orantes, and I'm calling from Brooklyn, New York, and my piece is called Sedation with Me.
And when did you make the piece?
I made this during the height of the pandemic, and so I want to say it's like 2020, but it's something that I've been working on, I guess, for a while, just in bits and pieces. And the New Art City piece opportunity came by that sort of made everything come together. And
yeah, I guess I'm seeing April 2021 as like the launch date. And
yeah, I was working on it for a few months, like collectively, and then we launched in 2021.
Cool. And yeah, I would love to hear more about like what your workflow was and your process for creating it.
Yeah, largely was independent. I think I had all this time in the world during the pandemic. I had the opportunity to work from home, but I was also very much leveraging a lot of like the tools that I had in my place. The backdrop is my old apartment building, which was a converted hospital. It was a Jewish hospital, and they converted it into apartments. But aesthetically still had a lot of this sort of like feel of like sort of like enclosed capsules. And I basically just was able to work independently without any hangups or anybody interfering, because everyone was largely staying to themselves. So that was one thing that I don't think I could ever get from any space, of just not having interference.
That's really interesting. I mean, I would love to hear more about kind of the artistic process of things that went into it also.
Yeah, so most of this was reflection. Like I was looking at myself in this moment in time. So I was trying to sort of like look at where I was mentally, and like sort of from a mental health perspective. And then what were the things that I was using to kind of get through those like initial months. And I realized there was like a lot of technology dependence, and most of my engagements with people outside in the world were like through Zoom or like some kind of experience like that. And I just put that into overdrive, like in a world where, let's say we had the technology to actually have a manifestation of a personal avatar that would curate the rest of your experience. What would that relationship look like? And then what would that sort of feel like if the relationship shifted, right? And so I think that's what I wanted to communicate in this space of dependence, reliance, domination, fear, psychology. And I think at the core, there was like maybe this sort of panopticon kind of conversation there of like something constantly watching you. And at what point do you like give up power, right? And so it is a conversation of all these things. And for me, in terms of the process, a lot of that had to do with my own feelings with how I engage with technology, my balance of that. And, for the most part, I mean, I use a lot of technology to solve for, making this like happen. But I was also, really just trying to marry, what I was doing like from an analog perspective to digital.
That's super interesting. And what was your practice like before the pandemic?
I was mostly focusing on like analog mixed media in that respect of like sort of offline things. So I still do a lot of like film photography. but digitizing that, and then it's also just sort of creating like a glitch component to it, so it gives it a little bit of depth. And so like for me, that was most of it, and working through the pandemic and having this experience, it gave me more breath in this work. It gave me an opportunity to give it more oxygen. And largely, I think I'd stayed away from some of the 3D components in the past because it required a lot more computing power, and it wasn't as easy as sort of like WYSIWYG. And this felt like it helped bridge that for me really quickly.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up question is like, had you really worked in virtual space before, or were you sort of showing in traditional galleries?
Yeah, it's mostly been traditional, and I think this I've also like worked in theater as well here in New York, and I've met with some folks who started to play with the virtual space as like a new showroom, because space is so it's a commodity here, and it comes at a high premium. Folks are looking at how do we bring this experience home, and also help activate, people who may be doing things independently, right? And so there was a lot happening here, and I was having conversations with folks, but this was like an immediate bridge for me, that allowed me to do something independent without, having to, solve for like, coding or building up these worlds like in a silo space.
Yeah, that's so interesting to hear. I mean, my story with New Art City is pretty similar. Like I had met Don like a year before we started working together on this, and I was like, oh, I want to be a sound artist, but like getting space to do sound installations, like I would probably have to get an MFA. He's like, oh, I could make you something that like arranges sound in like a virtual space so you can like walk around in it. And I just like never followed up about it. And then a year later, New Art City just did that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's been cool. I don't think I've taken enough advantage of maybe building on a second world. And it's largely just been because I have other projects, and like I've just reemerged into the world, and I'm like jumping in feet first. But I think when you look at an artist who has a grander vision, typical art galleries don't accommodate for everything, right? And so I think this gives you that like full freedom. And I've walked into other people's worlds, and I was just like, I love to see how other people's minds work and frame in this space. So I've seen really cool things from like just really obscure and like thoughtful ones, and other times it's just very pragmatic on how they've sort of just placed a 3D object into this massive place. And there's just so much more conversations that I feel we could be having because this opens up more.
Right. I mean, I've been thinking a lot about how like installation art can be a really powerful strategy, but it's also incredibly resource intensive. But this kind of like opens up the ability to do that to a much wider group of people. I want to talk a little more about like memory also, because you made this space about a year ago. Like, when was the last time you visited it before we talked today?
I want to say it was a few months ago, all right? And I think it was just because I was compiling some work that I wanted to show some folks. But in terms of like the editing space, I haven't touched that in a while, right? And not since this last time when I was updating the alt text. And it was sort of a really nice, I think I intentionally didn't want to look at it for a while because I wanted to see how I would feel after the fact, right? When we reemerged. And I mean, like now everyone's traveling. Now some people choose to wear masks, some people don't. But looking at it now, I'm sort of trying to get myself back into that mind frame. And it's very challenging, right? I think there is a bit of sort of like removal and disbelief that I was in a space that was like 3 years ago, and it was very intensive, and this is what I was feeling. But it was really nice to revisit it from a perspective of trying to provide color and maybe not walk someone too far into the water, right? To sort of giving them like, this is what is happening in this individual. Because I don't see myself as the individual. I just use myself as a piece to sort of communicate that relationship between tech and whether it's sedation or not, right? And who is the active agent there.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, my follow-up question was like, how does it feel to come back? But that you seem to have like already answered that. And how does it feel to like visually describe your work? Or like, yeah, tell me more about the process of that for you.
It's a little uncomfortable, to be honest, because I had to go back and maybe even like synthesize my own thoughts first on paper. And I think that's when that's a challenging part, right? Like trying to get everything down without being too obvious, or like hit somebody over the head about what they're looking, because I want people to interpret this. Again, visually, it's meant for that, but I didn't take into account, folks who are not in that same space, right? So for me, I wanted to use language that was open and directional.
Mm. I'm really excited to go in and see it, through our shared vision. One more question. How do you deal with archiving your work? Like, do you often return to old files on your computer? Like, do you have like an oldest file that you can point to in your mind?
That's funny. So I have like all these thumb drives here that like I actually need to go back to and load into a like a master hard drive that I have. So I don't do it very often, and I think largely because when I put my energy into the work that I'm doing, I'm really into it, and I like to sort of walk away from it because I tend to beat myself up on like edits or on like color sometimes, and for the most part, I want to make sure that I can be comfortable with walking away with something and leave it the way it is. And for me, it's been a good process, right? Like I think my therapist like helped me get to this point, but most of it is being satisfied with collaborating with the piece, because I think it's a relationship we have with the work. It's not like a one of control, and there's only so much I can influence, and I have to be okay with what I'm doing, because my full image isn't like focused on one product, right? It's on several. So I want to be able to have like the totality of this like speak, and I want to have conversation around like my work, right? So that's I don't revisit. That's a long way of saying like I don't revisit much of my work, and it's only because like I tend to have feelings about it. There's only one spot that only you can pick out that like you couldn't get just right, and so in order to avoid that like neuroses for me, like I try not to. But in the last few months, I've been looking at some of the archives from or sort of the new feeds that we've been getting on like the galaxy from the Webb telescope. And I've been able to marry some of that with some old work that I've done, and it's given new life to some things that I've had in the archive, right? So I think when I am inspired, I tend to revisit very specific things.
I really love this question. I found this is the most evocative one that we tend to ask, or like everybody's approach to archiving is really, really specific. And I've heard, the exact opposite of what you said also, that like revisiting and reformatting is like central part of the practice. But yeah, I'm glad I asked it. Your answer was really interesting. So now we'll transition to going into the space, and I'll share my screen, and you can sort of tell me where to go, and I'll fill in visual descriptions for you.
Sedation with Me is a critique and captured experience on technological trust and dependency. In short form, experience creation by our own doing, manifest in avatar guides, manipulating fulfillment through artificial experiences, connections, creations. The dependency reinforced isolation became sedative environments, devoid of tactile experience and fulfillment. The exhibit and digital experience were inspired during the global pandemic quarantine 2020-21. Orantes curated the works in captured moment form as a memory bank, inconsiderate of linear time. The pieces frame technological ubiquity and break down relationship between informing body and informed technology.
Thank you. So in we go.
So this is the actual building I used to live in. There used to be some scaffolding It's required by New York, but they don't really do anything. They just sort of keep it there. But the idea is that I wanted to highlight a snapshot in time, a snapshot in nighttime, where there's some lights on, there's some lights off, but every cell has its own story. We're walking into one, which is mine, and that's the doorway.
That's really, really poetic. And what we're seeing in basic terms is a black and white photograph of an apartment block. The perspective is looking up, and as Mauricio said, some of the lights are on and some of the lights are off. And then we see this white doorway through. So there's a white gridded floor and all of the walls are totally blacked. And there's a circle of different images with one cube image floating above the center of the circle. The exhibition text is floating in the center, and rotating text above, mirrored in black and white, says sedation. I'm gonna turn the audio down a little bit. It is really beautiful. So tell me more about these images.
So these images are memory cells. This is the closest way I can explain it. So they're selective, as if you were pulling from a memory bank. And again, these are moments in time for this individual. So they're highlighting spaces where we're calling out potential intimacy moments. We're talking about moments where the individual is looking to leave or questioning, their own space. There's moments where we have the individual entertaining themselves through art and creation, and the technology in itself is imperfect, and that's highlighted through glitches of the projection. There's moments where there's even the individual staring at themselves, revisiting or tapping into some of this memory bank, right? So it's reflection, and it's also surveillance, and it's also moments in time that are not linear. But because we all lived in this sort of moment, it's looking at time as a ball rather than a straight line.
One thing I love about all of these, I mean, I didn't notice initially that all of them are moving in some way, that they're quite slow and subtle, but they're all of these little light glitches, or this one has all of these different poses. And I really love the way you use negative space. Each of them, the images is mostly blacked out. Like the one that I'm currently looking at is a pretty narrow vertical strip of, I assume, the artist sitting on a bench under a red poster that says New York. And he's wearing a hat, and alternating between poses of looking down and looking off to the right of the camera. And it took me a second to see that there's another pair of feet and a hand holding the opposite wrist, but those are the only thing that, it's like somebody's sitting off of frame. I don't know if that's you or not.
It is. And the idea there is that if I were to, if I were in this space and I wanted to look back at my sort of photographic journal of myself in that time, this is this person looking at themselves, right? And it is uneventful sometimes, but it's a moment in time, right? So assuming you have full surveillance, if you were to pick out one moment in time, what is that? And what does that even mean, right? And so it's sort of just a reflection moment there.
Yeah, I mean, I like seeing what you're talking about like atemporality kind of manifest, where you're embedding a future past in sort of a single artifact.
So this is an awesome experience where I was working with a model who was doing a lot of pose work. We were communicating virtually, and more time than not, like we would email each other packages of like images and things like that. And at the time, I was painting on wine bottles because I realized I was drinking a little bit more because it was just available to me. And I felt sort of like this weird shame of having all this like bottles around me that were reminding me of like my consumption. So I was repurposing a lot of them as like small canvases, and I would just paint on them. And you know, this is one of those experiences where you're having to solve for some of that time and make a creative sort of piece here. And the glitchy piece of that is just designed to show that like it is imperfect, you know, and sometimes even just a projection or something on the lens could throw everything off. But I wanted to highlight that. There's something that stuck out with me when I was younger. There was a Max Headroom. There was a show where it manifested something like that, where it was perfect up until that one small piece, you know, and that glitch for me, I'm always looking for the glitch on something.
I love that. It's so great to hear you talk about these. And I'm curious, so like in the foreground, there's this kind of like holographic picture of a nude body facing away from the camera, with arms out at their sides and like one leg, like foot tucked back behind. But it looks like you maybe composited that image into the image of your apartment with the wine bottle casting the shadow above on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's really cool. It's a great technique. Yeah, every single one, like the vertical strips on the black background, I'm obsessed. I really love, and like the shadow in this one is so dark, and then like the orange glow of the bathroom in the background. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, I think the idea here is also when I wanted to capture this individual in sort of several settings that the computer would create for them, right? So we're not leaving the space, we're just having projections to solve for the inability to travel, the inability of agency for this individual. And there's a tired sort of like pose to this to the subject that I wanted to communicate that after a while, like they're just you're numb to this, like it's not exciting anymore. And I think here there is another side to like being alone, is that how do you solve for intimacy? And I wanted to create an environment that had this familial warmth of maybe somebody you're expecting or you're close to coming around outside of that bathroom, right? And I think that was that was like the full inspiration and the tiredness of the individual, that it's just there is one small bridge, and that bridge is big.
That's really beautiful. Tell me about this bouncer character. It's giving bouncer to me. It's like a man in a suit with a pocket square and a mask on in kind of a stern pose with his hands behind his back.
Yeah, so the whole idea behind this individual is that they're the personalized avatar. They're your guide through this, but they're also watching you, and they're also providing you with what you're looking for. So there's no need to leave, but there's also no need to go somewhere else for what you're looking for. And I think that's the manifestation of the relationship between tech, right? Where I can always put my phone down, but for how long? And I know that it's going to be there. It's watching me. There's so much happening in the background that they're taking care of, or that they're sort of monitoring without me needing to activate that. And so that's where the pose really is designed to create this sort of this sort of just omnipresent being that is devoid of warmth, is just as cold as a technology would be to an individual.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you use kind of the cold bluish tones for the glitch on him. Right now we're looking at Mauricio looking up at a wall, and this avatar is projected onto the wall and glitching. I really love the sort of like subtle like sci-fi aspect that you're playing with here of like impersonating the avatar that's like curating these experiences for you.
Yeah, and the technique I used here was really cool. I had this projector, and again, because I had accessibility to the full building, there were parts of the garage that were just not used, and it had this very cold, Blade Runner type of like setting, and I wanted to highlight that wherever you are, there is some component that will follow you. There's no lack of surveillance in this place, and I think here where we're trying to exit, it's even impossible there.
So you projected that image onto the garage wall?
Yeah, it's just this concrete slab. Yeah, and
that's really cool.
And again, I was there for hours and unbothered. So it was the best situation I could have had.
So should we move to the next area?
Yes, let's move to the next area.
So now we're in this elevator surrounded by the avatar glitching through the door. And there's one where Mauricio is leaning up against the wall, like superimposed. So this is kind of this like transitional zone.
Yes, this is the highlight there is the individual in self-defeat, right? The idea that you can't escape this. And that was projected on an elevator, again, in a floor space where you're sort of not sure if he's leaving or coming back. And I wanted to communicate a little bit of that relationship, whether this individual can leave or wants to leave, but there is really, it's up to the individual here at this point, looking at this or reading this to feel what's their relationship with tech, what's their dependency on, and can you really exercise full freedom here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Bardo loop where the door out leads back into the same room.
Exactly. Yes, that's 100% what the motivation here was.
So now the avatar is here standing in front of a gilded framed image of a female figure on a plinth posing in black and white in sort of a natural scene with a little bridge leading off into some bramble. And there's this grayscale ring that goes from black to white, like rotating through the frame.
So this is a new space where, again, it was gilded intentionally in sort of like a tacky manner, because in many, like in a digital world, you can almost create your own world. You can create anything, any object. And so there isn't any heritage to it. There isn't any warmth to it. It's just what, let's just say, technology would decide to, a very immature AI would use to decorate your home. And so this is kind of like a frame used, and I think the idea behind the oscillating black and white ring is that there is some kind of component that is waiting to load, right? So the image in the back is a placeholder, again, just from an AI giving you a decorative piece. And there is something that we're waiting for to load, but it's always gonna load in perpetuity. So if you stand here for long enough, I mean, you'll realize that it's not gonna move. But that's what I wanted to communicate, is there is a imperfection there. and that the glitch is never going to get you to the next sort of feeling, the next scene, the next presentation. And I think that's sort of like edging the viewer here. That's the experience. It's just one of edging.
Yeah, it was definitely giving loading screen. So now we have a scene of like a low kind of mid-century house. It's at night. We're in the backyard. There's some patio furniture in the foreground, and these like amber lights are kind of a little overexposed and like blowing out the scene underneath this awning of the house. And I see it's called Beach House.
Yeah, the inspiration behind this was a moment in time for me personally. I went out to Long Island on the North Fork in this small town called Greenport, and it was mid-century motel, hadn't changed since like the 50s, wood panel, everything, and it's no longer there, which sucks, but I was able to capture that. And what I wanted to communicate here is more of that projection of false intimacy and comfort that this AI is creating for the individual. So for the subject, it's giving you flexibility here. It's giving you options, but you're not going anywhere. And so again, going back to the feeling of having someone wait for you, right? That little sort of warmth of not being alone, and they're just around the bend, but you can't really reach them. You can't really talk to them. And that's what I wanted to highlight here, is that even in diversity of scenery in space, there's still nothing there for you other than yourself and, you know, trying to transport yourself into a different world without having to leave the space.
Totally. Oh, and we have one behind us here too. So the avatar is glitching at the door. We see the individual's shadow projected on the wall, and in the foreground you see them from behind sitting in a chair, and then there seems to be a baseball game on the TV. Does that say Philly?
Yes. So the juxtaposition of both images is designed to show that, like, there's literal ennui. There is no more regard for participating in this anymore. It's the individual turning his back basically on like this sort of faux setting, and you are just numb to all this experience now. So if you were to be in a space that's fully immersive, yet you choose to watch television, there is some sort of, you know, withdrawal there at that point. So you don't know if it's a power exchange there, this doesn't matter to me anymore, or that they're so far into this numb space that the sensation's gone, that the role play is gone. And so this is more of a juxtaposition piece of like having that sort of moment where you're over the other side.
Totally. And I'm curious because the individual is wearing this trilby in every shot. And it's kind of interesting to me just because it's like wearing a hat indoors when you're like not seeing anyone. Was that intentional?
It was, and I chose black intentionally because black's neutral, and it's also like a uniform. If we lived in a world where, you know, this was how we engage with the rest of the world, there has to be some uniformity, and I wanted to highlight that with the individual. And you don't really know, again, it's looking at time as a ball rather than like a linear piece here. So if it were uniform, it could be any time, it could be any day, it could be any year. But I think it's the relationship I wanted to highlight through all this.
It's really interesting. I'm glad I asked. Do we have any zone that we haven't seen yet?
No, that's it. I think with the, you know, with I think just calling out, yeah, the relationship in this room is probably the most obvious one that is designed to bring maybe the full point home of, you know, how does the viewer look or feel about like their relationship with tech and all that. But outside of that, this is 2 rooms and that's it.
Okay, let me just pull up my questions. So many tabs. Here we go. Hi. So the first